Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as our horse racing coverage continues. Welcome to those who joined us for the Bahrain International Trophy. We're about 10 minutes away from the opener on the Aqueduct Card program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun shining here at South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the opener coming up. Our coverage until 2:30 Eastern this afternoon. And joining me on the desk, we got a three-team crew up here. Acacia Clement, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. Good to see you both.
Be here. I didn't get a title like Andy.
You got that. You got that magenta. What did we decide that was?
Fuchsia. I think
Fuchsia.
We called it fuchsia. Yes.
Fuchsia.
Very nice.
I was going to wear a
brighten the
fuchsia
place
shirt.
up,
I'm
yeah.
glad I didn't. It would have been kind of
We could have
embarrassing for
matched.
us. We really
We
could have.
looked like we're going to prom.
I never went to prom, so work.
Never went to prom.
I was at Quarter Horse Napaloosa racing the night of my prom.
figured-
Okay, I have my
okay.
priorities in order. at
Even I
Pompano.
went to prom.
Interesting card coming up. We got 10 minutes from the opener here, and we're going to be out for the first half of this card. Pick 6 was hit yesterday, so we started new this afternoon. We start with the Pick 5 coming up here in the opener. We got a pretty heavy favorite as you take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. This first race, Yo Banana Boy, a pretty heavy odds-on choice right now. Is there any reasons to play against this horse in the opener?
Well, I mean, Acacia, I know, likes another horse, and I think she's just looking for a sort of alternative. I'm not going to try to beat Yo Banana Boy. I think one of the things that's kept him from running his very best race is not being aggressive with him. And you look at the last couple races. Now, last time he was facing Tall Paul, so I understand. What they were doing two-back, I have no idea. I'll never know. I think today they're supposed to try to put him in the front end and wire the field. I am not trying to beat him, and I singled him in the Pick 5.
I think like another horse is a strong word. I went with Kid Billy, who's coming in off a layoff. He obviously has to take a step forward, but he could do that with some natural progression. I think a big thing for Yo Banana Boy as well will be a little bit less distance, cutting back to the 6 furlongs today.
Meanwhile, race 3, we'll jump ahead, take a look at this. Part of, obviously, this early Pick 5 and Pick 4. It's on the turf, mile and a 16th. New York Breds, allowance optional claiming group, and Kenny McPeak with a 3-year-old filly who came from way out of it to get a win last start.
And look, she's been very good on the turf. She's not run a bad race, and she finished nicely last time out. That said, she had plenty of pace to run at, which I don't think she's going to get that kind of setup today. And the big thing about her, Andy, is that's just her running style. She drops very far out of it and comes running late.
Yeah, no, she's been good. Now, all of her turf races, she's run reasonably well, but it's such a different dynamic as she moves up in here. Now, obviously, there aren't a lot of major contenders in here, though Money Grab is probably the horse to beat. But I think the biggest question in this race, and one of the biggest questions on today's card is Tour Jete going to run back to her last race? Because if she does, I think she's going to be very hard to beat.
She'll be from the rail for Bill Morey, who claims her off of Horacio DePaz, put her right back in the winner's circle. She's won 2 in a row. Dylan Davis will ride. So that's race 3. First things first, let's kick off the card with this. 6 furlongs. New York Breds, first level allowance race, 3-year-olds and up, and there he is, Yo Banana Boy. 3-year-old who comes off really 3 races in a row that make him look awfully tough against the rest of this field.
And just as Andy mentioned, Tall Paul has plenty of speed. He won last time out. Yo Banana Boy kind of trying late to dig in, just not enough to get by.
Post parade kicks off with Gray Wing. Here's Dylan Davis for Chris Englehart.
Taking a lot of money here after a fair effort last time out is a horse that can be a bit forward.
Messi, the Magician, at 14-1.
Second off the claim for Lolita, Shiv Mongol is stepping up in class.
You look at the big win, Andy, from Yo Banana Boy, and the rail was pretty good that day, wasn't it?
I didn't think it was a huge bias. I think it was probably okay, but he's run okay since then. I just think he's a better horse if they're aggressive with him.
Ragazzo Diabolico, Lisa Lugovic trains.
Won by open lengths. That was a maiden 30 field, so some deeper waters today.
This one has a race at Monmouth that would put him in the mix.
The problem is he's got about 33 others that don't.
11-1. Meanwhile, Kid Billy, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
He has shown a little bit of ability. Could be a starting point as well, as he does come back at the 6 furlongs. And he has the layoff to contend with. We'll see if he's moved forward in the later part of his 4-year-old season.
Pick 5 pool card begins here. Closing in on $140,000. You can play it by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. That's the offer, the $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. Use that code for new members at sign up to get it. Bonus 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NYRABets.com. How do they look warming up as we close in on this opener on our Friday card? Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll check in with your current 4-5 favorite here, Greg, and that is Yo Banana Boy, as he does come in off of a layoff. We have not seen this guy since mid-September, and that does concern me a little bit because he is such a heavy-bodied horse that, he carries a lot of extra weight around, and sometimes, and, too, kind of if you look at his form, I know he ran very well first time out, but he did look a bit more fit that day. So I just am a little bit concerned about that. And then watching him warm up, Manny took him away from the pony, but it was, Louis Rivera. Wow, Louis Rivera's looking like Manny out there. He just kind of kept him at a slow canter, kind of just asking him to maybe get under himself a little bit more, in which it's taken him a little while to do so. So I get it. I agree with Andy. They should just be aggressive with this horse. But there were things that I observed with them that led me and kind of pushed me in a different direction. Now, I can't say I fully trust his main perceived rival in number 6, Kid Billy, a horse who won quite easily first time out, and then we didn't see him for nearly a year, and I know his second start back he was okay, and maybe they were slightly better horses. I don't know if I really buy into that. He just has no early speed, and he looks like a horse that is built more like he wants more ground. He's very long, especially through his midsection. He's just a very long, tubular type of horse. Now, he does look incredibly fit coming back here, so I do think he looks at least ready for a return, but I just don't know if 6 furlongs is his gig, where I definitely agree with Acacia that it is for Yo Banana Boy. I'm going to take the horse who has recency in here, and that's number 1, Gray Wing, as Dylan Davis climbs aboard this guy. He was out sprinted to the lead. He kind of chased on the rail, and then he just got into that blind switch where he was blocked. He was checked at the quarter pole, and he just never was really clear throughout. And that race more dominated towards the front end with Sandy Sweettooth attending the pace and therefore proving best in the end. This is his third start for Chris Englehart, and I just thought, he's moving really well out there, really healthy overall, and he's a horse that's not going to let Yo Banana Boy too far out of his sight. So I just thought I'd take a horse that has a bit more recency in here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So an alternative to the 3-5 favorite, Gray Wing, Dylan Davis from that inside post. We'll see. Public enamored, obviously, and with the form. Andy, how do you feel? I mean, the starts 2 and 3 starts back for Yo Banana Boy, those numbers are so much better than everyone. Came back to earth a little bit last start, didn't he?
It was a funny race last time, and it's interesting how the first 2 horses were so far on the track, because for the most part, horses did okay sort of towards the inside. What do I think? I think that when you had a horse like Tall Paul in there, you didn't want to be aggressive and push him too much. And listen, Tall Paul was a Bob Baffert horse that had some credentials coming off a layoff to be okay, and I think he ran fairly well. 2 back, I don't know what the plan was, but you win a race setting a fast pace on the front end with a big figure. Why immediately the next time you run do you decide we're going to rate the horse? And this was a deliberate rate, and as it turned out, the pace was extremely moderate in that race. And I'm not complaining. I think I made money in that race, but I made money because I thought this horse got a poor ride. And I don't know if it was the rider or it was instructions to ride him that way. Now, last time they rated because of Tall Paul. In this race, if their intention is not to be aggressive and send him, then you start to wonder, what are they thinking?
This is not the saltiest allowance either that you're going to find. This is really a perfect spot for them to be aggressive, to use his natural early speed, which automatically gives him an advantage over his main rival, Kid Belly, who, as Maggie mentioned, is not one that typically has early speed out of the gate and is coming in off a layoff. I think that that's certainly Yo Banana Boy's biggest chance to get to the winner's circle today. Like I said, I also do think a little bit less distance will suit him. It looked like he was really kind of trying and just not enough in the tank going the 7 furlongs last out.
On the betting board, it's all about Yo Banana Boy. We expected that. He was the odds-on favorite on the morning line. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for the first time today. JK, what do you got for the opener?
Well, look, you guys know, and I'm sure Andy's giggling right now. I love me a 3-5 shot if it's the right 3-5 shot. Yo Banana Boy is not one I necessarily trust. If you look to his past performance, he's got a lot of really bad performances. He's got that one that jumps out like a sore thumb, one that's so good that you start to wonder if it was really as good as it looks on paper. And he's a horse that's come back in his last 2 starts since then and has ran well enough, but not 3 to 5 against this group well enough. Sure, he could have run off the screen, but give me the outside horse, just like Acacia here, the 6 Kid Billy. This horse has obviously had some issues, right? He won first time out, which is a great indication that I think he can handle this 307-day layoff that he has here for Bill Mott. Bill knows how to get him ready because he won off the longest layoff you can, which is a debut. He also had another layoff in between for 322 days. It's obviously been something holding Kid Billy back, and I'm hoping that the Kid Billy we saw as a 2-year-old on debut from this outside post at 7-2 versus the untrustworthy 3 to 5 Yo Banana Boy shows up here today. I'm going to take the outside horse, the 6 Kid Billy.
JK, if you're going to rub it in our face, just go ahead and go all in. Just get and do your hits from inside that spa behind you with a cocktail.
I know. You should have a little umbrella, right?
Where are you?
Hey, look, it's I'm in Texas, but look, I ride the A train with you guys the majority of the time, so when I can get with a pool in the background, I got to do what I can do.
We'll wait for the invite next time.
Why is Yo Banana Boy unreliable? Wouldn't the horses that have beaten him in his recent starts be odds on in this race?
He's also a horse that, to be fair, and maybe it was the addition of the blinkers, and I think in large part it was back to the aggressive running style that we saw from him first time out, but he wanted a big price seemingly out of nowhere. You look back at that race and you say, okay, it makes sense they were aggressive with him once again and
Much
put him on
better
the front
company.
end.
Never run badly in New York. Even that race where he finished 8th, that was a key race where the pace completely fell apart. This horse has never run a bad race at the NYRA racetracks.
Heavy odds-on favorite 1-2. Yo Banana Boy, can he get that second win here today? Public believes so. We will find out here as we kick off this Friday card. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Majestic Tiger hesitates briefly. And in. Kid Billy, Junior Alvarado, last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Yo Banana Boy right out towards the front, and Kid Billy will apply some pressure. Very tightly bunched in the early stages. Ragazzo Diabolico is moving through his splitting rivals, makes it 3 across the racetrack early. Taken back is going to be Gray Wing, is at the rail, is in the red silks with Majestic Tiger. It's got some forward momentum from 5th, and the lone trailer now is Messi, the Magician. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. The leader is Yo Banana Boy. 22.54 was mildly pressured there on the front end, and Gray Wing is going to slip through here at the rail. Dylan Davis just off the pace, is now taken second, is in pursuit of Yo Banana Boy. Kid Billy is encouraged to move forward, is towards the outside of Ragazzo Diabolico, who's losing some ground. From the back, Majestic Tiger and Messi the Magician. They get set to reach the top of the stretch. Confident look back from Luis Rivera Jr. Yo Banana Boy's got the lead and kicks away again. It's Yo Banana Boy now up by 3. Gray Wing continues to chase. Kid Billy hasn't given up the chase either, but Yo Banana Boy just keeps extending the margin, approaches a final 16th, and Yo Banana Boy is well clear. It's going to be Yo Banana Boy. Luis Rivera Jr. They'll win the opener. Yo Banana Boy wins it tight here for second. Give it a Gray Wing on the inside of Kid Billy, and Messi the Magician in 1 minute 9.49 seconds.
Yo Banana Boy 1-2. Formful start to this card. Does what was expected and had a pretty easy time here.
They were aggressive with him. It's just the right thing to do. And he was clear every step of the way, Andy. This is just how this horse needs to run.
I actually think this horse is pretty good. I'm not saying he's going to be winning stakes in the future, though that's a pretty quick time. Now, maybe the track is playing pretty quickly, but, I mean, take away going to Keeneland with him, going to Churchill Downs with him, running in a stake in the slop in his second start at Finger Lakes. He's never run a bad race. He always runs with... I remember this horse so well because it was his trainer, I think his first starter, and he took that brutal beat in his debut, and I think Maggie interviewed him after the race. I think Yo Banana Boy's a pretty good horse, and he dominated a field that he just had at his first.
Pretty easy win here. That's how you're supposed to win when you're that price. And he obliges Destin Heath, Luis Rivera Jr., and 3-year-old son, A Practical Joke, gets through that New York bred first allowance condition pretty confidently here. 3-1-6-2, long way back to seconds.
Yeah, and nobody able to win. Kid Billy obviously ran okay and Gray Wing, but this horse is just too good for them.
So formful beginning to our Friday action. It's all about Yo Banana Boy here in the opener. 109-2 for the victory. Things do get a little more competitive from here, trust us. Prices when we come back. We'll set up the early pick 4 next, and we'll have the story of a man making the difference for the families of backstretch workers and their children in the Anna House when we come back with Michael Dubb. Stay with us.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Opener underway on our Friday card. Serve held in the opener with the odds-on favorite, Yo Banana Boy. Destin Heath, former private trainer for WinStar, just recently went out on his own. Collects another victory. Luis Rivera Jr. and this big favorite, very easy time of things, Acacia.
He did. He was aggressively handled by Luis Rivera Jr., which is the right way to do it with Yo Banana Boy. And good to see another win for Destin. Just a handful of horses for him. And winning Andy like a 1-2 shot should.
He's a really nice horse. I think we'll hear more from him. He's going to have to get a little faster probably to move up into tougher races, but he's a talented horse, especially when he can be in the front.
Race 2, we will stretch you out to a one-turn mile. 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3 or 3-year-olds in this spot. OP Firecracker, Rob Atras, owned by Michael Dubb. We'll have more on him in just a moment. Chileno is obviously going to get a lot of money in the spot outside for Linda Rice, with some big figures run recently.
He's the horse to beat. He's taking a big drop in class. She claimed this horse for 50. He was running against much tougher off a layoff last time. Those are just much better horses that he was facing.
Well, OP Firecracker, owned by the man we're going to tell you about right now. Year after year, Michael Dubb, he's a frequent visitor to the winner's circle and some of the major races on the New York circuit, competing for owners' titles at all the major meets. But for Dubb, his proudest achievement in this game isn't some of the biggest races he's won, those grade ones or those meet titles, but establishing childcare for backstretch workers at Anna House.
It's a daisy.
It's close. A dandelion.
Terrifying. No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day. It's a dandelion. People ask me, you know, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate. The Belmont Child Care Association is the greatest thing I've been involved in. And it's not me, it's we. I mean, you know, this is a team effort. Jerry said, you know, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. You know, Jerry, I'm a builder. I'd always want to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. You know, picture going into school and you have a problem with, you know, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that. And now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do. And it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And, you know, when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. You know, it's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, you know, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, you know, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
Well, pretty incredible what he has done in the lives that have been changed as a result of that.
Anna House and Faith's House in Saratoga are great additions here at the New York Racing Association, and something that that gives back to people who really, really deserve it. It's a real positive as far as education with the kids, and everybody involved with Anna House and BCCA deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, if you can ever support the Belmont Child Care Association, it is money well spent, because you see some of these kids, Andy, and we have the opportunity to highlight them every year, the graduates of the program and the success that they go on to. Children, backstretch workers, even children, exercise riders, trainers, everything along the industry, all coming together in a really wonderful facility and a great warm place for learning.
There is a handicapping class, right? At
I'm
Anna
teaching
House?
it up in Saratoga.
Okay.
Start them young.
I spent a few afternoons reading to the kids, and it was the most fun I had all summer.
I was
I
telling
can't wait to do it
Andy,
next
I was
year.
talking to one of the assistants to my father-in-law, and his kids go to Faith's house in the summer, and his wife was telling me that his kids love Andy Serling.
They don't know me that
he
well.
was a big hit.
It was really fun. It really was. First of all, it's hard not to be around little kids and have fun, because they're great. They really are, and it's such a positive thing we do here with the BCCA. And as Acacia said, it's, you know, you don't want to tell people how to give their money if they can't afford to, but if you can and you're looking to give a couple dollars, they are a very worthy cause.
Well, if you were giving that handicapping class to these youngsters in this race coming up, what would you tell them about Michael Dubb's horse, OP Firecracker?
I would say root for Michael. But the problem that he has in this race is he needs probably Chileno, the favorite, not to show up, because they have very similar running styles. And when you're trying to beat a short-priced horse who makes a lot of sense, you don't usually want to do it with a horse that has a similar running style. In this case, I want to beat him with Certified Lover Boy, who's going to be in front, and I feel like that makes him more dangerous. I didn't like Opie Firecracker on top, at least.
All right, now 2-1 on Michael Dubbs' 5-year-old, who will break from the inside for Rob Atras, the trainer. Manny Franco rides. We'll have more on the second to kick off this Pick 4 in the post parade when we come back from a timeout. There's the favorite, Chileno. Stay with us.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One to be able to get to all to 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Dame Dorothy down at the rail. They are nose to nose, a furlong to go. Nothing separates them. Dame Dorothy fights on. Street Story on the outside. They're 7 lengths clear of the rest of the field. Dame Dorothy and Street Story come down to the line, and Dame Dorothy did it in the bed of roses.
Dame Dorothy, that was back-to-back graded stakes wins, and Laverdad scratched the day before. The other speed didn't break out of the gate, so it helped her a little bit. Javier Castellano took advantage and went to the front.
Greg, you've been spending way too much time around me. It's very clear. You know, it's funny, I was talking off camera. Dame Dorothy is one of 10-plus horses that have broken their maiden on Cigar Mile Day here at Naira and gone on to win Grade 1. She won what is now the Derby City Distaff by a nose, a race our friend Jonathan will remember quite fondly. And she's the only 3-year-old, the only older horse to break her maiden, of course, running those Bobby Flay Silks. She was a very, very nice horse.
This one out of Dame Dorothy, Principe Doro, 7-1 right now. Joel Rosario rides for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Did finish second last time out behind Smile Mon, who we saw come back and run second yesterday, just second best to Skylander, who'd been heavily bet. So it was behind a horse in good form. We'll see if he could build off of that effort. Disappointing two back.
This is a much tougher field.
Much
that was a
tougher,
conditional 25,000, while this conditional it's 35. These are better horses, I think.
That one right there, though, the one to beat for Linda Rice, was just 4th. A little bit tougher race off a 6-month layoff. Let's go down to Maggie for more.
Yeah, and Chileno, number 7 in here, Greg, was meant to come back in July, but was a late scratch that day. So then again, we didn't see him for another several months after that. But I've never thought that Chileno was much of a sprinter. So it felt like last time going the 7/8, it was more of just a preparatory race for him, though I will give him credit. He'd run fine enough at 6.5 furlongs in his starts 2 and 3 back. But I do prefer, at least looking at him physically, this type of distance, this one-turn mile. He is incredibly laid back here in the paddock, which shows a little bit more of a pep in his step, but that is just kind of him. And it looks as though that first race back here in September did the trick. He looks really fit, really strong, your typical kind of well-turned out Linda Rice horse. So all things good for Chileno here second off the bench, as that race too more forwardly dominated with Reddington and Classify doing, front end, having more of a front end type of style. Number 4, Principe d'Oro. Look, I don't know if he's good enough as he takes a step up in class, but last time I noted how sensational he looked in the paddock while Smilemon was a prohibitive favorite that day. He looks sensational again, but like I said, he's facing a better field, I think, overall with the presence of Chileno. So I like what I'm seeing from him. Is he ready for another step up? I suppose that is the eternal question. Moving on to the horse who is likely to do all the front end running. That's number 3, Certified Lover Boy, who was forward back on October 12th, but that was the first time with the blinkers on. And it was kind of something you see with horses when they put blinkers on and don't react in a positive way to it. It was kind of like once the horses started surrounding him and he heard them around the turn, he just whoop, sucked himself right out of it. And two, some horses, they want to see the others, so therefore, they run with them and hopefully stay in front of them. So I like the fact that we're immediately taking the blinkers off after a failed experiment. This, though, is a horse that once they gelded him at the tail end of last year, he just, has not carried his weight as well as I would love to see. It's fine, and I think it does make him a player here, given his early speed, and he looks really healthy otherwise. He's dappled head to toe, so we'll see what he does if he can get comfortable again with the blinkers off out on the front end. Greg? It was earlier, right?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 7-2 right now. Certified Lover Boy, Ruben Silvera, John Toscano Jr. barn. A huge win here back in June. Led every step of the way that day.
Yeah, that was when Linda Rice had him. If you look at him though, he has excuses. First of all, he's been running against much better horses. In his last race, he was dueling with Mama's Gold, who you see finished second 2 races back. Mama's Gold came out of that race and got loose in the Empire Classic, ran a 103 buyer, and the time before that, chasing, going 1 mile and 1/8. A clean break, he should be in front here. That doesn't guarantee him victory, but I think it gives him the advantage he might need to have a chance to beat the 7. Though, Acacia, if the 7 runs his race, he's going to be very hard to beat.
Yes, for Chileno, and I thought that he really just was lacking a lot of strength off that layoff too, and Reddington got that perfect trip. General Banker came back to win. Those were salty horses that he was facing in that effort going to 6 furlongs, as Maggie had touched on, as he stretches out, or 7 furlongs, excuse me, stretches out a little bit to the mile today. This is him 2 back, finishing 3rd when sprinting.
No, I don't think there's an argument against Chileno, and you see him dropping in for $35,000. And listen, drop downs at short prices, you never want to just be completely dismissive of them. But it is a horse that Linda Rice claimed for $50,000 a year and a half ago. And in that year and a half, the horse he's done pretty well. But he's obviously had some trouble staying on the racetrack and now running for $35,000. If somebody wants to claim him and Linda can pick up this purse, which her share will be around $25,000, it's not a bad time to move on. It could be a negative, and as a favorite, you may not want to take it.
And you could say, well, look, that was off a 6-month layoff. He came off a layoff to start before that and ran a much, much faster race.
Fair.
So he may not be the same horse.
No, that's a great point. And the other thing to say is this is now this horse's 3rd start in 14 and a half months. And he's dropping a little bit, so there are some questions on a short-priced horse. None of us are going to tell you he's not the horse to beat in this race, but there are some reasons to have a little cause for pause.
6-5 on the board. Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride for Linda Rice and gets that cozy outside spot as well. But it seems like all of us are aligned on the 3.
Well, the 3, I mean, is the reason to me the 3 is the other horse is because he has the speed and he's a little dirtied up, though he's not a big price. Whereas OP Firecracker, I think that you could say that Chileno could run a respectable race, and Certified Lover Boy, because of his tactical advantage, could beat him. Whereas if Cheleno runs a respectable race, I think it's hard for OP Firecracker to beat him from behind. Is that fair?
Yes, because he's going to be closing as well. Also, the thing with OP Firecracker is that the majority of his races have been going much longer than this. And as you've pointed out often, typically less distance is not a bad thing. Does it move him up? Does it help him in here?
It doesn't put him more in the game early, that's for sure.
Here he is, Manny Franco for Rob Atras.
We've discussed his merits. He's no worse than the third likeliest winner, and right now he's the second choice.
Certified Lover Boy, blinkers come off after a one-race experiment.
If he wins this race, it'll be on the front end.
Here's the one out of Dame Dorothy.
Second last time out, we'll have to step forward versus these. He's got some horses with some back glass to face.
Lane Luzzy on ice time at 11-1.
He would have to get faster to beat these horses.
7-1 next door, Victor's Valiant, Flavian Pratt rides.
I think a bit of an experiment is lightly. He's been much more of a turf horse. His last fast dirt race was December of last year, where he did not much running at all.
And the 7-5 favorite for Linda Rice. Here's Cheleno.
We've gone over the positives. We've gone over the negatives. It's your choice whether or not you want to take a shorter price on him. But I think if he runs his good races, he's going to be hard to beat.
Well, we had a 1-2 favorite, JK, kick off the card. Now a pretty imposing 7-5 favorite here in race number 2.
Yeah, and I like to draw for the outside horse Cheleno as well. And if you look through the last few races for Cheleno, I recognize that the horse hasn't necessarily been getting his picture taken, but he has been stopping the clock in a way where his figures seem to give him a pretty big edge against this group. I like the outside draw for him very often with horses like this. If I feel like I have the best horse, the outside draw at least gives me a likelihood that I'm going to get a clean trip. I could be wide, but at least I'm not getting stopped. On the best horse in a dirt race, I just don't want to have to stop and restart. And I think sometimes when you're drawn towards the outside, you might lose a little ground, but I would prefer that. Cheleno has, I would say, 4 of the last 5 races that are better than what we've seen from a lot of these horses in any recent time, and I think that gives this horse a really big edge. I guess if I was looking elsewhere, I would go to the inside with OP Firecracker down on the inside, but without a lot of early speed from that inside post and a price that to me is not that much better compared to the chances that I'm getting with the 7-5 on the 7 Cheleno, I'll take the outside horse with the 7 Cheleno.
All right, JK, so will the public. 7-5 favorite here to kick off this pick 4. Our coverage, we go till 2:30 Eastern this afternoon. We get off a little bit early, so the rest of the card you can catch on the Naira Bets app, and the feature later today will be off the air by then. That's a turf sprint, 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming race. Seems like a very competitive group.
I agree, and I know Keisha and I have some sort of different ideas in this race, but I mean, here's the question to you. Who is the absolute horse to beat? Is it Fluid Situation, the 7, who has more speed? Because the race was changed when Java Buzz, the 2, came out. And I think it helps the horses that are forward.
It does, for sure. Now, you do still have a bit of speed. You have charging in there. I know you have interest in. I still am going to stick with the 6, Live High, Live Low. He's a 3-year-old. He faced straight 3-year-olds last time out in the Carl Place, and that was his first start sprinting. But I was just impressed by him, and I know it was a fast pace, but it did not come back. Run Carson ran everybody off their feet. And I remember John Velasquez even saying, I mean, he had to kind of keep him off the rail a little bit because he just wanted to keep going faster. I mean, he was flying out there. And this is a horse that came from off of it a bit, yes, but I was impressed by him sprinting, and I think he might be a pretty good horse in general.
There's a couple interesting things about him. One is that he's really turned his career around. His last 2 starts have been significantly better than any races he ever ran before them. Now, one was going longer, but he's also a horse that had been going 2 turns in his career that turns out he probably should have been sprinting all along. I worry about the lack of pace. I took Charging in here, the 4. I had a thing for him last time, first time for Maker, and thought maybe he'd run okay. He had no chance in that race. And now with the lack of speed, with the 2 coming out, I think he can be forward. But I also think Seaver is very dangerous, but he may be the one that's hurt the absolute most by the scratch because he doesn't have much speed, but he does get a rider switch, and he probably should have won last time.
Boats are rocking, interested with?
He's now the controlling speed, right? Yeah. Without the 2 in here, isn't he kind of the one that really benefits the most?
He is. And honestly, Fluid Situation will be in a good spot. He has tactical speed to try to make it 4 for 4 with this Aqueduct horse.
Good point, though, about Boats are rocking, Greg. I think we're going to Maggie.
Minute to post in this second race. Let's go back to Maggie.
As we'll take a look here at the one horse, OP Firecracker, a horse that I had noted, and because I knew being out at Oaklawn, OP, that he just didn't look good when he was out there. And when Steve Asmussen took over training and brought him to Saratoga, he was a horse that really had put on some weight, which I really appreciate seeing. And he continued that through with Rob Atras now. But it's kind of like now that the winter's kind of set in, he just doesn't look quite as good as he did over the summer. That's kind of natural for some of these horses. But the biggest problem with him today is the turn back. And I get it. You know, maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody tries to pressure Certified Lover Boy. I don't think they can, but who knows? And maybe things set up for him. But he just is not of that physical frame, nor that type of stride. You know, watching him warm up, he has this big, loping stride. And that, to me, just, those horses get out sprinted going these one-turn configurations, and he's just very long and lanky. So that's my biggest reservation about him, is going and turning back to this mile. For me, guys, it's Chileno. It was sealed once I watched him warm up, really moving well out there and kept moving throughout by Rod Ortiz Jr. just to make sure this guy doesn't get too out-sprinted early. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Now even, well, 4-5 as I say that on Chileno. So first two races, odds-on favorites in both. Should we bring up the conversation you were just having off air?
Well, I mean, we were having it, obviously, the 3-1 the first race, talking about reliability. This one's less reliable than the one in the first race.
Than Yo Banana Boy.
Yeah, than Yo Banana Boy, who was way the horse to beat, whereas this horse, A, he's vulnerable to the 3, but even more than that, he's a drop down on a horse that doesn't hit the racetrack that often. He's a horse to beat, but 4-5.
There's some question marks for sure with Chileno. It'll be the last in for Linda Rice with a Rod Ortiz Jr. Start of the early pick 4 on our Friday card. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Victor's Valiant and Chileno. Chileno goes in. All set. And they're up. Hard sent his OP Firecracker towards the inside. Will not get to the front, though, as quicker is going to be Victor's Valiant and also Chileno. Out wider, Certified Lover Boy now emerges with the lead. In between horses, Principe d'Oro, 4 across the racetrack. OP Firecracker is going to tuck right in behind them as they've got a lineup of 4 and hook up with the backstretch and Certified Lover Boy. Ruben Silvera's got company immediately to the outside from Principe d'Oro, who's back to within a neck of that leader. Joel Rosario stalking the pace setter now. Just off of them, patiently ridden is Chileno. Out the center of the racetrack, it's passed by Victor's Valiant towards the inside there, 3rd and 4th. OP Firecracker and the Triller. Ice Time. 22-4 for that pressured opening quarter mile, and now a pace duel on the front end as Certified Lover Boy is trying to shake loose from Principe d'Oro, who's not going anywhere. These two into the far turn together with less than 4 furlongs to go, 45-4 for the half-mile time. Chileno with every shot, and OP Firecracker is following that move. They're 3rd and 4th. They start to move in a touch closer. Ice Time starts to rally from the back, and Victor's Valiant is now the Triller. Certified Lover Boy has dispatched to Principe d'Oro so far, but Principe d'Oro's not done, keeps coming after this leader as they reach the top of the stretch. Certified Lover Boy trying to put this one away is back up by a length and a half. Out in the center of the racetrack, though, Principe d'Oro's finding yet another gear, and here comes Principe d'Oro one more time after Certified Lover Boy. Far back to the rest inside this final furlong. Certified Lover Boy, Principe d'Oro would not go away, is now put ahead in front. Certified Lover Boy is trying to come right back. Principe d'Oro almost there. Principe d'Oro gets a hard-fought victory over Certified Lover Boy, OP Firecracker, and Ice Time in 1 minute 36-4.
Principe d'Oro, Gustavo Rodriguez, Joel Rosario. Didn't seem like the sort of form was there to get this done against a horse who beat him pretty handily before. Outduels him today.
Well, he was aggressive early on. I mean, you typically do not see Joel Rosario get in any sort of pace duel or be that aggressive, and he was on a mission right from the beginning with this horse and never, ever let Certified Lover Boy out of his sights, and then he just had a little bit more in the stretch. Nobody ran on the line.
I'll be honest with you, there's absolutely no way you could predict this performance looking at his past performances. This horse I've bet in 4 straight races, and I'm a moron for betting him in those races because he stunk in almost every single one of them. He was running against significantly less horses last time, was attending a pace that was not that dissimilar to this one, and he backed up. I have no idea what's going on out here, and if you had this horse, I tip my hat to you, but if you think this horse is handicapable off the PPs, running that race, dueling the 3 in the ground, dropping back on the turn like he might be eased, and coming again and beating him, you're a smarter than me. It is a tough game, but this is ridiculous.
He was 11-1. I agree. I could have been 50-1. I wouldn't need it.
And to win the way he did. You know, it's one thing if somehow the 3 got involved in the fast pace and the race fell apart and the 1 didn't run, the 7 didn't run. But this is unbelievable based on this horse's, not just his recent races, but pretty much his whole career going back over a year. I don't know how you could have this horse.
3, 1, 5, 11-1 upset. Maggie, your thoughts?
Now, while I agree with the sentiment that I don't know how he won given the way the race played out, and maybe it was just a forwardly dominated race, I will say this. Last time and this time, this horse looked sensational, better than ever. And I was actually talking last time to Brian, who is an assistant clerk of scales here and does a lot of the clocking work in the morning. And he told me, he said, I don't know why, but this horse is training superbly in the morning. So I can't wait to catch up with Gustavo Rodriguez, Greg, and see what has turned to make this horse win and be this good today.
And, you know, just to battle and stick around and put Certified Lover Boy away. Big turnaround, 11-1, 4-3-1-5 here in the second, and this is going to play huge, beating a pretty heavy favorite who was odds-on in Chileno, who was nowhere in this race. Well, the prices when we come back. We'll take a look ahead to the weekend. In the Central Park, early adopter, winner first time out for Chad Brown. That was at the Saratoga meeting. Coming off a 3rd place finish, the Great 2 Pilgrim. Flavia and Pratt will ride. Stay with us.
Down, 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 get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and I'm $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
TV.
Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, iconic scenes there at Claiborne Farm, as you know, doesn't get any more iconic than the Big A Winner's Circle. And I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer of Principe de Oro, that's Gustavo Rodriguez. And Gus, this horse just looks sensational. You were telling me that maybe the iconic Big A is a recipe for success.
You know, in Saratoga, Maggie, we had a total mess with him, and I don't think I didn't think he liked the track over there. And we knew coming to Aqueduct, he was gonna be, you know, he was gonna run better, and finally he's running.
He is. He's running to his looks for sure, and
he looks like a state horse.
Exactly, jinx. But the way that he did it, Joel Rosario sticking to his guns, wanted to be forward, and then he got a little out sprinted around the turn. What were your thoughts there?
I said, probably he's done. But I say to Rosario, because he was training so good coming into this race, I say to Rosario, I say, today we're gonna see what he can do, and he didn't disappoint us.
Now, your brother, Rudy Rodriguez, he's no stranger to the show. As you have said, I'm not quite as outgoing, but I think you're nailing this interview. Well done.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
As you are saying to me, it's tough to win races, and sometimes you got to ride the wave.
Listen, very, very tough to win a race. That's for sure.
Well, your hard work is paying off. Well done, sir. Congrats here.
Thank you.
I can attest to that hard work. He's getting on a lot of his own horses, and Principe de Oro delivering today. Greg?
Huge performance from this horse. Gustavo Rodriguez owns and trains. Joel Rosario put him in the game early and puts away Certified Lover Boy for the win.
Yeah, far more aggressive with him than we've seen previously, and sat right next to Certified Lover Boy throughout. Was able to finish late. Well done if you had him. 25-40.
I guess all those great works are missing because he's got one workout showing in his PPs since his last race, and he was 136th of 178. So it's a special workout report.
Race 3. We have another pick 4 coming up. On the turf at a mile and a 16th, New York bred allowance optional claiming field. Tour Jeté comes in off back-to-back wins, was just claimed by Bill Morey, and he put him right back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and it took some time for Horacio de Paz to get her on the turf, in which then she was finally able to win. But Andy, as you and I have discussed, I mean, she won. It wasn't exactly the most impressive maiden-breaking score, and then she came back. She was wide last time out, and she just powered by that better field.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen an improvement like this off the claim since Oscar Barrera was around in the 1980s. I mean, this is a horse that rode a gold rail to victory in a very slow race at Saratoga, and a race has been backed up. You look at Bomb Squad, who rode the rail behind her, has come back and run poorly, as have others out of there. It's a slow race, a bad race. She got claimed. She was 3-4 wide around the track every step of the way. She never had cover, and she just ran by the whole field and improved her Beyer figure 18 points and her Time Form US figure 24 points. It's unusual for a horse to do that ever, but it's certainly unusual to do it after your prior race was a perfect trip, and then you got a lousy trip, and you still improved. So if she's the horse she was last time, drumming from the rail, she'll win here.
5-2 favorite right now. Again, another pick 4 begins in this third race coming up. We're going to look ahead to the weekend. We are not on air Saturday and Sunday. You can watch all that action, though, on the Naira Bets app. One of the races that will take place this weekend, Central Park. On our Saturday action at a mile on the inner turf, 2-year-olds running for $150,000. And early adopter, Smooth Breeze. They faced off in the Grade 2 Pilgrim, ran 3rd and 4th.
I think that Manny's early adopter's gonna see Smooth Breeze and say, "Hey, aren't you the horse that almost knocked me over last time?" That you'll see.
Smooth Breeze has the tendency to drift, which he did. It was an eventful Pilgrim on a yielding turf course as well.
Here it comes.
Right there, comes right over. An early adopter, to be fair, he's also one that's a bit quirky. He was a horse that dropped the rider first time out in the preliminaries, warming up, and still got the win. He ran well last time out, but mentally still figuring things out. So both of these with some things that they need to work on mentally moving forward.
But not a talented.
Right.
Meanwhile, it sounds like a plan for Horacio De Paz turf debut. First race came off the turf. Seemed to like the grass here and led every step of the way. Opened up to a big lead early and held on to win by 2 1/4 lengths.
He was impressive. He was in control every step of the way when breaking his maiden on the turf. And I think that you look back at that debut race, and Horacio De Paz left him in, and I just wrote down that he just looked so much more like a turf horse, but needed a race for fitness. And I think that Horacio did exactly the right thing, Andy. Leaving him in on the off-the-turf race, you get the fitness in, come back on his preferred surface. He was impressive.
He was. Now, we'll see how the pace plays out in this race because it doesn't look slow, but this race came up a very, very good boat. This race, I think, and there's the Philly the Tepin. They both came up as fun races this week.
Yeah, we'll talk that one a little bit later. We're going to go to JK, though, right now. JK, your thoughts on Graham Motion's Jack and Jim in the Central Park?
Yeah, Jack and Jim is a horse who's had one start. But if you look at, depending on what speed figures you look at, Time Form US has his last race as his best race. And it's a horse that you'd think might take a step forward for a trainer whose horses can improve in Graham Motion. You'd like to think that Jack and Jim can take another step forward. Now, I would say that Jack and Jim got a pretty nice situation here today on debut, right? There was some pace in front of him. The good news is one of those horses that was involved in that pace, which is often something I want to look at, the 4, Sky Masterson here, came back and ran well again. So at least I know that who Jack and Jim was chasing is actually a pretty nice horse. The other thing is this race today, or excuse me, on Saturday, looks like there's going to be a lot of pace in here as well. So it could set up basically the same way for Jack and Jim. One of the mistakes that I think horse players often make is kind of knocking a horse for a trip they got last time. But the problem is, what if they get the exact same trip? I think Jack and Jim might get another great setup here on Saturday.
Obviously, a tremendous trainer, Graham Motion, all the most lightly raced horse in this field. We could see big improvement.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool, too, that it's a homebred for Saul Kuman's Madaket Stables. Obviously, they campaign Slumber as well. I know, Andy, you kept saying Slumber standing in Saul's backyard, but he's actually turned out to be a good sire over the last couple of years.
Well, he just has M.A. chance. I think he's been moved since, actually, and you get an opportunity. And Slumber's an interesting horse because it's a Juddmonte horse, actually, is a horse that came over here from Europe for Juddmonte. Bill Mott had, and he had a mild success, but really couldn't get it going. And Chad Brown, who had worked for Bobby Frankel, had so much success for Juddmonte, but Chad hadn't gotten any Juddmonte horses. So they bought this horse at the auction, I think, for a little over $100,000, and I believe he won multiple Grade 1s ultimately. And I think that Juddmonte kind of noticed that he did that with Chad Brown, and they started giving him horses after the success he had with Slumber.
That coming up over the weekend. Saturday card, race 9, 3:40 Eastern time. Again, you can watch it on the NYRA Bets app. We're going to take a time out. What a year it's been for that man right there. Oaks Derby double. Likely the horse of the year, the Super Filly Torpedo Anna for Kenny McPeak. We'll discuss it when we come back.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Sun shining down here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for race 3. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. And there's a Kenny McPeek filly. Talked about his sensational year going to break and likely has the horse of the year in Torpedo Anna.
And very exciting news. He said if all things go well, she'll come back and race again next year as a 4-year-old. A lot of horses staying in training, Andy, which is just great for the game and the fans getting a chance to follow them.
Yeah, I mean, you do expect the fillies and mares to usually come back. I mean, it's different than the Colts, but I mean, with Fierceness and Sierra Leone coming back, and of course her, it bodes well going forward with some of those very good horses. And I think she's a flawed choice for the horse of the year. She ran against the boys once. She didn't win as well as she ran. But in this year, I don't think it's close.
Agreed.
As for Kenny McPeek,
the 8 was scratched here. Should we mention that?
Yes, late scratch of the 8.
8 is out. What about Kenny McPeek's Midnight Concerto here? Came from out of it, ran a big figure getting through that first New York bred allowance condition last start.
Well, being Betty coming out hurts Midnight Concerto as well, because already there was not an abundance of pace in here, and especially now with that late scratch. Midnight Concerto, look, she's been very good since switching to the turf. She's not run a bad race, and she ran a big figure, as you mentioned, getting the win last time out, but she had pace to run out. I just can't envision that happening today, Andy.
No, it's hard to see. And the other thing is, you look at who her competition is. Now, I don't know if probably Flavian will get money grab more in the race, because that's why he's Flavian Pratt. He adapts to circumstances as well as any rider I've ever seen. But Tour Jeté is another horse who can be forward. So while Spooky Lady will be in front, and listen, we just saw Gustavo Rodriguez win with an improbable horse, so maybe Rudy will win with an improbable horse.
She becomes much more interesting. The 2 now at 10-1 is potentially the one alone in front. We'll see if that's the case.
I agree. She is alone in front, but she has stopped in races where she was the lone speed, I mean, numerous times this year.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, the horse is about to leave the paddock, and do know that being Betty, she is a high-strung type, unfortunately going over here in the paddock, flipping over. So yes, that is what resulted in that late scratch of her. We'll begin though with Tour Jeté, as I don't know what's going on over at Resorts World, but the alarm is going off there. Tour Jeté, I had always wanted to see her on the turf, and she finally got to do so, 2 starts ago. So I don't know, you know, she did win last time out, and it was a ground-losing race last time out, and she still was able to get the job done, but the rails were at 35 feet, and I always feel like it's not quite as imperative saving ground when they're out that far. She is a horse, though, that typically is fairly keen. Now she has gotten a little bit more energetic now that we see Dylan Davis climbing aboard, but she's very quiet here in the paddock, which is not necessarily the norm for her, so we'll see if that has any bearing on how she performs today. Now, the easiest of winners last time was number 3, Midnight Concerto. Very impressive, but I don't know. I think she takes on better company, as you typically do when you climb up these New York bred ranks. But great disposition. Looks as though she's thriving here at the moment for Kenny McPeek. So I would expect more of the same from her as she takes another step up. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Here's our post-parade. We start with Tour Jeté, trying to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, I said this new horse last time, and if she continues the progression, she's going to be tough to beat.
This one could get loose, and with the 8 coming out, look out.
Spooky Lady has a lot of early speed. It's just she has not been able to sustain that speed, not when sprinting, not when going long.
Kenny McPeek's Midnight Concerto.
She's talented, but the lack of speed makes her a vulnerable favorite.
Here's Money Grab, Flavian Pratt.
And I hope that Flavian has her not too far back, because I think that she's arguably the most talented horse in this race, you know, given the class of what she's been facing.
Big upgrade to this one after what was said in our meeting.
Listen, I'm rooting for her. My friend Steve Christ is a part owner of her, but her form has just been terrible.
Burt again at 7-1.
She ran well last time out at a big price. She's now 3rd off of that layoff.
And that's our field. Brock Nardini, big scratch coming out too, is a major player in this race. 9-5 favorite. One who's going to be certainly compromised from the way this race looks to shape up.
Yeah, I mean, is she really going to be favored over Money Grab, who's been running against better horses? I just feels
Money
like
Grab was third in stakes company.
yeah, and you know, in stallion races, but nonetheless, Collaboration who beat her, Brock Nardini, and the other thing is that Money Grab has been running in the $9 of 2 condition. Midnight Concerto is trying to win the back-to-back $9 of 1, $9 of 2. Now, to be fair, she has not found the saltiest $9 of 2 field, but still, with the lack of pace in here, she is far and away the most compromised. So if you feel like maybe she's slightly better than 1 or 4. She's going to be the one that's hurt by it the most, and it figures to minimize her chances.
Kenner Carmouche, his work cut out for him. Is going to be very far back early. Let's get JK's thoughts.
Yeah, guys, for me, the 4 Money Grab, I thought the last race that she had, she was pretty close to a race that fell apart. To a pace, that fell apart. Now, if you look through her past performances, it's hard to see her making the front end here. But I think when you highlight the things that Flavien Prat is, highlight the success that's going to lead to him winning an Eclipse Award this year and breaking the records that he did at Saratoga and having the outstanding year that he had, is when he doesn't take away things from a horse and from a scenario in which are advantageous. And for me, Money Grab's last race showed some early tactical speed, and I feel like Flavien will put Money Grab a little bit closer than sometimes Money Grab has found herself prior. And in a race that doesn't have a ton of pace, I think being forward is going to help quite a bit. And look, I'll defer to people like Maggie, Acacia, and Richie when it comes to what you're seeing on the screen with warm-ups. But from my basic knowledge, you know, warming them up like this shows a little intent that you want to see them run a little bit early. I'm hoping that Flavien can put this horse in the race, keep the horse connected, and hopefully no one can take advantage of the fact that there's not a lot of pace in here. I'm going to go with the 4 Money Grab.
Yeah, JK, all things good. I think your eye is starting to get well trained out there. But we've seen, or at least I've seen, this type of warm up with Money Grab again. I think it's because she is such, inherently a laid back type of individual that getting her out on the track and warming her up vigorously just is what you got to do. Kind of wake her up a little bit. But I've noticed that throughout this 3-year-old campaign is that she's gotten a lot stronger. She's grown. She continues to fill out. And I think those are all positive signs, and her form would suggest that too, as she has consistently gotten a bit faster in each subsequent start. So I think she makes a great deal of sense in here, as she has just clicked over to favoritism. Number 2, Spooky Lady. Yes, her job has gotten a lot easier with the defection of number 8 in here being Betty late in the paddock. Spooky Lady is maintaining her physical form really, really well into these cooler winter months. A lot of these fillies, they just have that winter dull to them. Not Spooky Lady. And I think that counts for a little bit of something. Last time she was dueling on the front end, got a bit tired that day. So with just a slightly little less ground, maybe that does help her here. But she definitely looks up for the challenge, and her challenge just has gotten a lot easier now. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 2 minutes away from this third. Again, another pick 4 begins in this race coming up, and now favoritism has shifted to Money Grab for Horacio to pause the 4.
Yeah, a couple of things. Maybe Spooky Lady wires the field. I mean, we just saw an Impossible Horse win from the brother of the trainer of this horse, but she stopped last time setting a slow pace against a weaker field. I mean, if you look at her race, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with Jonathan. I don't believe that Money Grab comes out of a race that fell apart. I believe that Spooky Lady, who quits every time she runs, was the speed that fell apart. Collaboration, who won the race, was sitting second. Money Grab was sitting fourth. The horse who was sitting third finished fifth or whatever. So it didn't, fourth. It didn't fall apart really at all, except for Spooky Lady. So yes, okay, fine. They scratched the other thing, but I'm sorry. Spooky Lady has been loose countless times going back to June and has lost. And 2 of the horses she has to beat aren't exactly going to be very far away from her. So I'm going to disagree. Maybe she runs, but I don't think that the scratch gets her the winner's circle because her chief competition, the 1 and 4, are going to be on her heels.
No, I mean, look, she's had countless chances
Right.
being forward with the lead, and she's not sealed the deal, and she's stopped badly in several of those.
25-49, right? I mean, you're looking at 25-49, 25-50, 40. You're looking at a horse that has been setting slow paces and stopping repeatedly.
I'm sure she's very frustrating for the connections, given the fact that she has that speed. She was able to hold on and win that race. It was a year ago, almost to the day now, that she won here at Aqueduct, wiring the field, and she was 10-1 that afternoon. And then she came back with an okay race
She almost
after
beat
that.
tax implications.
I know. She had run actually quite well. And then she's just not been able to move forward from that. And as you said, you have some good horses that are going to be breathing down her neck with Money Grab, who I think just has a little bit of a class edge given what she's been facing.
And the other thing is, not that she can't win, but she ran 2 weeks ago. She ran 2 weeks before that. They're getting another race into her because turf season's coming to an end. But it's not as though they've given her a little time, they've done something. They're just putting her back in to get one more start in the turf, and I don't blame them for it, but I'm glad they're doing it. But it doesn't bode well for a horse suddenly improving off what has been pretty dismal relative form.
10-1 on the one who should be leading the way. Like we saw Flavian Pratt, masterful again yesterday, putting a horse in front who we didn't expect to be anywhere near the front. Maybe he'll be a little more aggressive with Money Grab here in this spot. Money Grab, the 4 is your favorite.
I certainly hope so. I like her in here. But I would not be surprised to see Torjete run well once again. Also, just think it's a very clever name, being your resident ballerina. Always
Took you a long time to get to the ballerina angle on Torjete. I mean, you've been really well behaved. You've had like 2 hours to get to the ballerina.
So basically what it is you start facing one direction and you run and you basically do a split and switch your legs in the air as
I'm going to demonstrate
so
this.
Switch leads.
I'm going to demonstrate this on the set after the race is run. I'm going to go put on my tights.
Please don't.
So
Money Grab,
don't touch that dial.
Pratt on the favorite. We talked about extensively yesterday, him likely headed towards, I think we all feel that way, headed to his first ever Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider, which would be such a great story. That's why he made this move back east. Chad Brown, big part of that, talking him into coming east, and it's paid off.
And winning races like the Breeders' Cup Classic, the stakes record that he set in Saratoga this summer, it's just been a lot of fun to watch.
It really is, and just another terrific rider in what's a great colony, but he has really stood out. And doing it against a rider Ortiz had an extremely good year as well.
Set for the 3rd. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Set. And they're up. Breaking outward was Torjete, but now straightens up and Spooky Lady's got the speed. It's Spooky Lady towards the inside. Mild pressure coming here from Burnt Again, and these two hook up. It's going to be Spooky Lady with a head in front. Just off of Spooky Lady is Burnt Again, stalking from second. Torjete as comfortable now as in third. Down at the rail, ground-saving journey as they move towards the turn. Here's Money Grab is 3 wide in that second grouping with Snowy Evening in between horses. And that'll push to the back end of the field. Midnight Concerto as the trailer. They work around the turn, and Spooky Lady is well clear. Ruben Silvera and Spooky Lady up by 3/4 of a length. That tight hold here, Romero Mirage and Burnt Again have cut into the margin back to within a half length of the leader. Also movement towards the far outside. Money Grab keeps progressing and makes it 3 across the course. Torjete is at the rail, still patiently ridden here in the 4th spot, followed by Snowy Evening, who's there in 5th, and the trailer continues to be Midnight Concerto. 48.38 for that half-mile time. Spooky Lady trying to take them all the way. Spooky Lady still up by a half length. There's Burnt Again in between horses, continuing to move as Money Grab while wide. Torjete is down towards the inside with every shot from 4th. Is asked the question, not cutting the margin yet. Snowy Evening is now looking to lift and pass some rivals up on the outside, and no move yet for Midnight Concerto is right in behind Torjete. 3 of them across the course. The leader is Spooky Lady. Spooky Lady in between horses, continuing to battle on as Burnt Again, and now Money Grab while wide, but Money Grab is rallying towards the outside. Snowy Evening starts to charge as well. It's Money Grab who's taken the lead. Snowy Evening with every shot, and there's Midnight Concerto on the grandstand side. A host of pursuers for Money Grab. Money Grab is almost there. Here comes Midnight Concerto on the far outside. Photo finish. Photo ends up being between Midnight Concerto on the grandstand side. Then came Money Grab in that same photo. Snowy Evening finished 3rd in 1:43.57 seconds.
Maybe Midnight Concerto in the final jump here. It was close. Money grab right there as well in a photo, but the momentum certainly seemed like it was to Kendra Carmouche in the 3.
And she came flying late on the outside. I think that overall, Andy, Money Grab probably ran the best race here. She was at the back. Flavien Prat rushes up 4-5 wide into the first turn. She's wide every step of the way and has to make the first move taking over, and I think just got nabbed late. Not the ideal trip for her.
Yeah, listen, give credit to the winner. It was
Absolutely.
a moderate pace, and she came from last and got it done. So she deserves a lot of credit for that, no doubt about it. Having said that, we've been singing Flavien Prat's praises all year, and rightfully so. Right now, I'm sure, and you and I were joking.
And it is the
when I
3,
watched
by the way,
race,
posted as the winner.
And Midnight Concerto got the win. You and I said to each other, what do you think Flavien's thinking in the first turn? I was thinking he's probably thinking, I blew this one. Because he tried to correct the situation of being farther back, and it's not like he didn't ask coming out of the gate, but when he tried to do that, he got her in a position, being like 3 wide, going after the pace like that's not going to work. And I also want to point out that Snow Hoogie Lady ran last. She just doesn't matter what circumstance you give her. She's just not competitive anymore.
Flavien Prat, he's human at the end of the day, but hats off to Midnight Concerto, who's really turned things around since switching to the grass.
Yeah, now, I think that Tour Jeté never got in a position to make a clear run, but I still think it's a little odd that she ran as well as she did last time. But maybe she just never really got into a comfortable spot, outside of horses, but still, she was outfinished even when she got clear.
So it's the favorite by a slim margin who gets the win here. Midnight Concerto, the victory. Kendra Carmouche, Kenny McPeak, Harold Lerner, 3-year-old filly by Mendelssohn. Back-to-back wins from very far out of it on the turf now. And Snowy Evening at a big price.
Yeah.
Hitting the board at 16-1. So 3-4-5-1. Chalky third to begin another pick 4. We will have the prices when we come back. And we'll talk more of championship weekend. Thought this was maybe the most likeliest winner of the entire weekend. Did not happen for Cogburn, who had been so dominant this year. And Farbridge, back-to-back grade 1s. And then the Breeders' Cup Turf didn't happen for him. Stay with us.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races through the first 3 on this Friday card, and it's Midnight Concerto. We talked about one of the speeds scratching. Didn't look like it would set up for this filly. In the end, it didn't matter.
Spooky Lady set the pace, and just as we've seen time and again, just ends up fading late, and she ended up having some pressure, Andy, that we didn't necessarily expect with the wide trip that Money Grab had. In the end, it actually did set it up for Midnight Concerto.
It did. And I have a feeling that Flavian's thinking, well, this one's not winning me the Eclipse Award. And I want to give a little props to my friend Steve Christ and Ken Durette's horse, Snow Evening.
She ran well.
She actually finally showed up again, and Steve's going to lament to me, why does turf season have to be over now that she's finally running her races? But I think it's nice to see her at least be competitive here.
That's how close it was. Not as close as it looked.
No, not that close.
$6 for the win. Slight favorite again at Midnight Concerto with that victory.
And Harold Lerner getting the win. Always happy to see Harold get a win.
Absolutely. We always love catching up with Harold.
Absolutely.
Back-to-back impressive victories now for this 3-year-old filly for Kenny McPeak. As we move on to the 4th. And the start of the pick 6. 6-furlong sprint, New York bred, 30 maiden claiming race.
The Toms are in.
3 to 5.
Toms are all in.
And everyone likes chicken fingers.
Yeah. Keisha and I picked this horse. We're not taking the blame when this horse goes down at an odds on. I have to imagine. The 7's a big favorite looking at doubles.
I think the 7 Concord Spirit's the one to beat on the drop-in class. Maybe just some people like us have kind of had enough of him. And we'll see if this is just the right field for Concord Spirit.
A lot of Toms are in. You think Tom Amos is in?
Likely no.
Tom doesn't strike me as a hunchback kind of guy, but maybe.
I know he's a steamer.
We talked about a couple of turf horses who had incredible years. Unfortunately, championship weekend did not go their way. We were all just, I think, dropping our jaws at the performance we saw in the Jaipur from Cogburn. He'd been sensational all year long. What went wrong in the Breeders' Cup?
I don't know. I wonder if there's some issues, Acacia, that reared their ugly head. People are blaming Irad. I think that's a lame excuse. Irad's ridden him similarly all year. He didn't run his race going 5, and I don't think it should take away from how exciting he was during the year. Obviously, he didn't finish the deal. It's a little like Jackie's Warrior, right, who bombed in the Breeders' Cup, but it doesn't take away from what a good horse he was and how well he ran in other races. I can't explain it, but you know, it's an interesting discussion we were having in the set. Who is going to win the Eclipse for top turf horse? To say that Cogburn shouldn't at least be in the conversation this year, I think would be a mistake.
So, and I guess the biggest thing he did, which we were just all wowed by it, sub 1 minute, 5.5 furlongs.
In that Jaipur, he was dazzling. He was so impressive in that performance, and that he's been marketed as the fastest horse in the world because he was incredibly fast on the racetrack. We saw him win at Kentucky Downs, and I think there were maybe some questions if that was just a race too much leading into the Breeders' Cup. He was a heavy favorite in the Breeders' Cup turf sprint, opened up, looked like he was going to kick on, and he just didn't. For the top American turf horses, none of them really fared that well come championship weekend in the Breeders' Cup. In large part, a lot of the Euros just better, as we've often talked about, and this was just really a case when that was the case this year.
Right. We really need, that's why I'm hoping that horses, the 3-year-olds this year, can really step forward a little bit and add some real depth to our turf horses, because the milers, Carl Spackler was okay, obviously More Than Looks is good as well, and we're big fans of Farbridge, but it was a division that was overall lacking in depth and lacking in overall talent, and you sort of hope these horses can go forward and do well, because we just didn't have it this year.
Well, in terms of Farbridge, back-to-back grade 1s, and you probably had more faith in this horse than the Clement barn did.
I'm a big fan of this horse because he's a weird horse, and I think he's in some ways, he's kind of a horse that trip handicappers kind of pay attention to, and it's his own fault. It's because he's a horse that gets in these trips and he's not competitive with them. But when he gets the right trip, as we saw in here and we saw in the Joe Hirsch, he can run very, very well. I know you're close to him with the Clements, but as you know, I've always liked this horse as well. A horse who beat Carl Spackler by a head in their respective debuts.
Down at Gulfstream Park, and yeah, it was horses that both barns thought really highly of at the time. And funny, because they never actually faced each other again because they want different distances. But for Farbridge, and with his quirks, and Christoph had spoken about this in his training, that lately over the last several months he's been training in draw reins, and that's actually made a huge difference in the way that he's been carrying himself throughout the running of his races. Joel Rosario did a great job getting him to the rail in the Breeders' Cup, just could not quite reach the Euros and the Japanese, and a disappointing finish there, even though being in that good spot. But the good news is he's having a little break in Florida for the winter and coming back and training next year. So it'll be a lot of fun to see him. He's an English Channel. You think often, too, they get better as they get older.
No, and he's a very consistent horse. He's a really nice horse, but he wasn't a match for the Euros and the Breeders' Cup, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, that incredible record-breaking summer for Flavien Prat. He bookended the first and final Grade 1s of the meet, and this was White Beam, another masterful ride. I know we're going to talk White Beam, but this was when I cemented who I liked for the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf.
With Moira finishing second.
Yeah.
You love
that was
her.
off of a big layoff, too. And it was a good call by you and Moira running so well into the Breeders' Cup. But White Beam, she's a nice horse, Andy. And she really seemed to thrive when Flavien rode her the way that she likes to run, which is out on the front like that.
Right, she's a nice horse, you know. I mean, she's obviously got, this is her only great, no, two, was it?
Two-time winner of the Dianas.
Yeah. She's a very good horse, and when, you know, things go well for her, she's run some really good races consistently, and consistent horses get their day sometimes, and she's one of them. She run very well in the Matriarch last year.
Incredible streak for Chad Brown. It was back-to-back years, I believe. He won the race, including with White Beam the year before.
The longest shot.
The fourth biggest price of his 4 runners in the race.
Yeah, this year she was not as big a price as she was last year.
Paid $11, though. She wasn't that short a price.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, back-to-back winner of the Diana. We're going to check in now with Maggie for your favorite turf race we saw on championship weekend.
Well, we can't mention turf racing here in New York without mentioning the presence of Charlie Appleby, as he has been really present in the last several years, taking advantage of our lucrative turf program, especially with those turf triples for the 3-year-olds. And he swept for the fillies, mainly with Cinderella's Dream here, taking the first 2 legs and then taking the third as well here at the Big A. But Cinderella's Dream, I thought this performance in the Belmont Oaks was really telling of how talented she was. Is that she was kind of able to overcome a slowish type of pace, the only horse to really kick home, and just she cemented that with that Saratoga Oaks win too. So it really is kind of a, I don't want to say a new era per se, but it just is interesting having these Charlie Appleby horses present here in New York and playing in our biggest races. But another one for the proverbial home team. Jonathan, who was your favorite turf performance of this past year?
Yeah, mine was definitely Carl Spackler, and for a couple of racing reasons, but then also for some personal ones. Racing-wise, anytime we have a horse that spends a lot of time up at Saratoga, wins multiple times at Saratoga, I think us as people who love Saratoga, you can't help but fall in love with the horse. Reminds me a little bit of like a Casa Creed. Carl Spackler was that type of horse. I love the fact that he was a homebred for Bob Edwards in E5 racing. He was a Lope de Vega, who I'm a huge fan of, with having a previous crush on Newspaper of Record and a handful of others. It was Tyler getting a victory for his in-laws. It was Tyler getting redemption for the Sierra Leone situation with Chad Brown, of course. It was Chad getting his first 4-star Dave. But as Wolfie will attest to, more importantly, and the most important thing was, it put Bob Edwards in such a good mood that the following week he brought us fresh seafood, fresh sushi, right, that he had caught from Montauk that we ate on set in between races, and it was outstanding. So how can I not be happy about Carl Spackler?
I got to say, since 2016, I've been going with these shows to Saratoga, and that sushi from Bob was probably the highlight I've had. It was that good.
You know, I've questioned whether Bob really caught that tuna. Now, he sent me a picture holding the fish, but I don't have any video of Bob actually catching the fish. So until I see that, I'm a little, and I got none of the sushi, so I'm bitter. So there you go.
That's true. He didn't bring me any in the past.
Yeah, Keisha and I. So we're anti-Bob right now. You
said
guys
you
can
had
be nice
some.
to him.
No, I love Bob. No, I've had it at a
Okay.
different time. Yeah.
I
It
wouldn't
was
make
very
fun
generous.
of him if I did.
Yeah, the horse who was spectacular and won a race that, amazingly, Chad Brown had never won before in the 4-star Dave.
And won it in a very impressive fashion. And whether he was going to win the Breeders' Cup or not, he got a ridiculous trip in there. He had
And
no
he had an
chance going
outside
the first turn. Yeah,
post
it was
and-
over going
yeah.
the first turn.
If you're a fan of chicken fingers, you've probably bet the 2 in this race coming up. Even money inexplicably on a contender, but should be nowhere near even money. Tom's Chicken Fingers for Michelle Nevin, Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick looking to go back-to-back to start the pick 6 when we come back.
But Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all evading at 875 down and down 900 and 900 pounds. And
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint at 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We're up to the start of the pick 6, and what's going on here? It's going to change in a moment, but 3 to 5?
No, 6 to 5. It's
no,
6
I know
to 5.
it's going to change,
Yes.
but our board there had 3 to 5, 6 to 5 now on one who should be what? 7 to 2 at the lowest?
Well, we picked him, so he probably should be at least a point higher than you would think. I mean, let's be honest. He's going to be the second choice. The pickings are a little slim in this race, right? It's not exactly a race full of horses that have shown a lot on the racetrack, particularly the dirt.
I've never seen such a lower level race with such intriguing pedigrees. Have you?
Who are we? Who are the
Well,
intriguing pedigrees?
Humstinger is
Well,
the
there's
half brother to
Yeah.
Banksting. Humstinger should be noted too. He was actually entered in a maiden special weight back on October 4th.
Maximus
and was-
Monster, the dam produced excellent timing, who was a New York bred stakes winner,
Speed horse,
four-time winner.
fast horse, still running.
Concord Spirit, obviously the dam was grade 1 place, multiple stakes winner. 8's out, I know, but that one had an interesting pedigree too. Here is ISO Marshall 10 to 1.
Yeah, this is a horse that has run once in the dirt and was pretty much eased.
8 to 5. Tom's Chicken Fingers, blinkers on.
And he's broken slow in both of his starts, both dirt and turf, and thought that he just really needed that race off a bit of a freshening.
This time, yes, second start against Better was intriguing.
That's right, though he disappointed against Maiden 20, but it was going a mile and an eighth off a layoff.
Humstinger, first timer went by. Dan produced, as you said, Bank Sting.
Yeah, I mean, any first timer should take notice here, and Melda Gebning's having a good year.
Maximus Monster, start number 2.
Winkers going on. He too broke slowly.
And 7 to 5 favorite, Concord Spirit, in for a tag for the first time.
Honestly, he should be odds on in this race. I mean, he's consistently run significantly faster than these horses on the dirt. He's running first time for a tag. He's a layover on paper. You and I are trying to beat him with a 2, but we did it thinking We just wanted an alternative to him. We would similar prices, and they won't be. We would never bet the 2.
And to finish what I was saying with Humstinger, he got loose on the track back on the 4th of October before Greg interrupted me, and behind
Wow,
the gate,
Greg gets
and got caught.
Wow. That's the biggest upset of today's show.
He was entered in Maiden special weight, got loose, and was a late scratch. That explains it. Now he shows up for 30.
Glad we got that in. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. There he is. Romero Mirage will be aboard at 4-1 for Melanie Giddings.
Yes, and he does have that big pedigree, as you mentioned, being the half-brother to multiple New York Bred Stakes winner Bank Sting. 4 out of the 5 foals in general were winners on the track. Hopefully he behaves himself a little bit better today.
Yes, we shall see.
5 minutes away.
Be careful. Don't.
I didn't even realize I did it. I just feel
did,
terrible.
but I didn't want to say anything. That's also my job, by the way, Greg. So
I know.
stay in your
I
lane.
spend a lot of time with Andy.
Stay
so you
in
blame
lane.
me?
He's rubbing off on you.
Pick 6 pool, 27,000 and growing. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, look, I mean, the horses with experience in here, they offer a little bit to kind of to grab onto, but I'm ultimately going to go with the 5 Humstinger. Melody Giddings is one that over time, she doesn't have, glaring numbers when it comes to first-time starters, but if you look at her over the last 4 months, a little bit more recently, 2 for 16, it's been something that she's been able to do to a certain extent. And I think when you look at some of the other horses in here, I just don't quite trust them. I don't trust Tom's Chicken Fingers, which is a fantastic name. By the way, favorite dipping sauce is without a doubt honey mustard. If you have a different answer, you're wrong. But Tom's Chicken Fingers doesn't break. Both starts doesn't break away from there. So in a sprint like this at a short price, I don't necessarily want that. And then the 7 Concord Spirit, a horse that ran on the turf last time, who has some okay dirt numbers but doesn't have a lot of early speed, so isn't one that I necessarily want to trust as this 6 furlong distance comes into play. So I'll go with kind of the stranger danger here, the 5 Humstinger. Acacia, I know you have some insight on some good dipping sauces, but I'm not going to go to you yet because I forgot. I'm going to Maggie, and maybe Maggie has some great insight on dipping sauces for chicken tenders.
No, I don't. I like my chicken fingers just the way they are. As we'll take a look at him, Tom's Chicken Fingers, and I can attest that my Tom does not like chicken fingers. It's kind of like you name a horse that and you know they're not going to be very good. Look, he is a little bit more fit. He's not that much more. I still feel like this is a work in progress type of horse because he is so big and so heavy. So he's gonna have to get out of the gate, as you heard Acacia say. They do apply a really short cup cheater blinker, but there's a lot about him physically that says getting out of the gate is going to be a bit of an issue, just because he's built like a horse that actually wants to go a little bit further, more like his sire Leo Frick. So yeah, I get it. I get taking Tom's Chicken Fingers, but he's just not my type of horse. As number 7 Concord Spirit for Bill Mott does add blinkers too, short cup, and I didn't make notes on what kind of bit he was wearing. He's wearing a prong bit now, kind of a similar type of theory to a Houghton bit, as he does drop in class, turn back, and switch surfaces. So total makeover for him. But honestly, he looks like a dirt sprinter. So I'm okay with him doing this. He looks best in the field. He makes a lot of sense. I feel like the horses that make a lot of sense, though, for me today aren't running that well, but still I'm going to stick to my guns with Concord Spirit. He's also gotten kind of washed out and a little bit nervous in the past. Not the case today whatsoever. As number 6, Maximus Monster took a little bit of money first time out at 7-1 in that 7-horse field. He broke slow. Then he was guided to the outside by Joey Martinez just to kind of avoid that kickback in that race 1 on the front end by Ragazzo Diabolico. Adds blinkers today. Another one adding just a short cup cheater blinker. He just didn't look fit first time out, and he's a lot more tucked up. So expect a little bit of a better showing from him. He's going to have to, though, as he makes his second start. Making the debut, though, is number 5 Humstinger. That half to Bank Sting. And The thing, though, is while Banksting didn't win first time out, 2 of the other 4 siblings did win their debut. And I think it's promising what Acacia said, that he was a late scratch. And so, you get the feeling that he was ready to run last month. And he looks that way. And a lot of Mel's horses just have that appearance of needing a start, and that she kind of races them more into fitness. Not the case with Humstinger. He's, knock on wood, behaving beautifully out there, as Romero Mirage has given him quite an aggressive warm-up. So as he does wear blinkers for this debut, it'll be interesting to see if he does show a little bit of early foot here. Greg, he's not built like a horse that should, because he's quite big, but just based on the warm-ups, he might be one that's forward in the early running.
Maggie, thank you. 5-1 on this first-time starter, and we keep talking about Banksting, and obviously earned just over $660,000 in the career, an 8-time winner who was a very good New York bred and won multiple stakes.
Second in the Empire Classic here just a few weeks ago, recently purchased by LSU, and he's been running well. I feel like in this race, I think I'm glad that Maggie brought up the 6, because the 6 did have a bit of a trip first time out. Now, whether or not he can run, and I don't think she was indicating she thinks he can run a lot, but he's probably a little better than that race says. As far as the 5, in this field where there's just nothing going on, I feel as though Humstinger might be a shorter price if they thought this horse could run. I could be wrong, but Mel Gibning's horses have taken some money when they've been live, and I don't know. And listen, at the end of the day, we picked against the 7. I think Maggie's the only one who took the 7, but he's just an hour the horse to beat in this race.
Very much the horse to beat, absolutely. I mean, he faced Yo Banana Boy on debut, who we saw winning at such a short price in the first race, and after that, finishing 4th, sprinting. Then he tried going long, not his game. Then turf, not his game. This is just a logical spot for him.
But I think the reason that the horse that we picked, Tom's Chicken Fingers, is a reasonable alternative is he's won dirt race. He broke 3 lengths behind the field. Now, he didn't necessarily, he got off slow last time because I think he had some trouble at the start.
Well, he was acting up in the gate last time. He was kind of rearing up.
Well, that's a problem.
Yes, it is.
And if he can break, then it's a different story. And he broke 3 lengths slow and still got a 51 buyer. So his figures actually, if you say he breaks with the field, could be comparable to the 60 buyer figures the favorite's running. And he's in this spot. He is the obvious alternative, and that's why we took him.
He's got great chance to break better. He's got a button guy on him.
Kendrick?
Kendrick Carmouche. If you've seen the MIG package on Breaking from the Gate, that's what Kendrick always says. He listens for the button. There he is on the 2. 5-2. We'll see if this one does break better. Blinkers on here. But the 7, as you both said, now looking like much the horse to beat, coming out of much better races.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about how good you are. It's how good you are relative to the horses you're running against.
And this is going to be the shortest price the rest of the way, this pick 6 starting here, right?
I would think so.
Seems like by a long way.
Yep, I would think so.
All right, good luck in the pick 6. If you put one together, let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward beginning there. Squeeze at the start. Tom's Chicken Fingers is the early trailer. There's Maximus Monster, who's got the lead, is up quickly, is up by a half length. Pressure towards the inside from Humstinger, though. And Humstinger now applies the pressure to the inside, is within a head of the leader. Off of them is going to be Concord's Spirit, is now well settled in third, is to the outside of ISO Marshall, who moves through at the rail, now to claim that third position. From the back, Tom's Chicken Fingers trying to rally on, is to the outside of the trailer. This time, yes, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Maximus Monster is well out into the middle of the racetrack there. It has the lead, applies the pressure once again. Humstinger tried to catch that breather, was Maximus Monster. Having none of it was Humstinger, and now reclaims the lead towards the inside. Concord Spirit rallies on. ISO Marshall's weaving between rivals, and here comes a run from Tom's Chicken Fingers, center of the racetrack. The leader is Concord Spirit, who pushes on by. Back to second is there. Down towards the inside, Humstinger, and Humstinger just not going away. Humstinger is giving Concord Spirit a run. A final furlong left to go, and Humstinger is battling on towards the inside. Concord Spirit trying everything to push on by. These two, shoulder to shoulder, noses down to the line. Getting clear late. Concord Spirit just edges clear, gets the photo over Humstinger. Very game towards the inside in that photo. Then ISO Marshall finished third in 1 minute 12 seconds flat.
3-5 favorite with experience, come out of much tougher races, prevails over a good effort from a first-time starter.
Concord Spirit, he had to fight for it today, too, kind of taking over, and it looked like he was just going to blow right by Andy, but the Humstinger, the first-time starter, dug in very gamely down to the inside.
I agree. It looked like, first we thought R2, we got a little excited R2 was going to swoop the field. His move was short-lived, and Greg made fun of us. And then it looked like the 7 was home free, but Humdinger dug in well and took a tough beat. If you had that one, tough beat.
I would never do that in a race.
Well, there wasn't a lot of money involved. I'd already got knocked out of the Big 5.
First timer runs good here, comes up just short to the big favorite. So very formful beginning to this pick 6, 7, 5. 1 gets in the mix there for third. And then the 2 checks in fourth, Tom's Chicken Fingers.
Yeah, it looks like ISO Marshall, the one, he kind of was running in place a little bit, but he held off the others who weren't doing much of anything late. I think it was really between those top 2 finishers who both were incredibly game down to the wire, but experience just paying off with a little bit of the class edge that Concord Spirit had.
And look, finding the right spot for this horse. This close a finish, this is where he belongs.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep. Got to run them where they can win.
3-5, over 5-1, over 13-1 here in this fourth. So it's Concord Spirit, the victory. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices when we come back, and we have a stakes race on Sunday action named after a great one. The outstanding Tepin, 6 grade or Group 1s in her amazing career. Take a look at the field for this year's edition. Sunday's 8th race when we come back.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clarion trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you, pick 6 underway, but we do not yet know an official result. We have an objection in this first leg of the sequence, so stand by. Our program brought to you by Nowry Bets, where you can play it all. Go to NowryBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Concord Spirit crosses the wire first in a close finish with the first-time starter of the 5 Humstinger. And Romero Mirage lodging an objection against your winner.
And Greg, yes, it gets tight, and I'm glad we picked it up here as we were watching the Stewards view a moment ago on the simulcast feed, and I think they kind of equally came in. I guess you could argue that the 7 Concord Spirit came over a little bit first, but where the real contact happens right here, Romero Mirage on the first time start of the 5 Humstinger to the inside really kind of comes out into the 7, causing both of them to lose their stride a little bit.
The inquiry is down, and there should not be disqualification here. What I would say, though, is Romero came out a little bit because Junior made it a little tighter than it had to be. And I think that...
You feel like did he cross the line, though?
Did he cross the line? Well, we could show it again and we could talk about it, and I'd love to have Richie here, frankly, to talk about this. I don't have any problem with the guys coming in and making it tight, but it does feel like he made it a little, because he got a little extra room, kind of. And yeah, I thought Junior made it a little tighter than he had to in that race. But let's take a look at it again. I think it was pretty late, obviously.
And Junior outside on Romero Mirage, inside on your runner-up in the green cap.
3 wide now, and Junior's coming in, done nothing wrong. And at this point, it's absolutely just race riding, and let's watch it, right? He comes in, okay, he doesn't make contact, but he's now right on top of him. And he kind of makes Romero there sort of have to really look right there. You know what I mean? It just feels like he kind of took a little space that wasn't really his then. I'm not saying there should have been a takedown, but I thought it was a little bit close at the end. I wouldn't be surprised if they speak to Junior.
I think it was definitely an intimidation factor, you know, kind of coming down. Also, Greg, with a horse like Concord Spirit, who's had several chances already and not really kind of a winning type, sometimes horses will re-engage getting closer down to 1, but you could argue that could have happened kind of from where he was at the top of the stretch.
I don't blame Romero for calling.
I mean, that's race riding, right? Look at going years back with Mike Smith, what he did to Jose Ortiz and some of those big races with
then they should have
taken
they should have taken Abel Tasman down in the Coach American Oaks, and that was frankly a disgrace that they didn't take that horse down in there. Much like an Acorn that Richie was involved in a Better Than Honor when she should have been put first when I'm not sure who was riding the winner, but it happens sometimes. Yeah, I'm not. Jockeys are trying to win races. I'm not blaming them, I'm not knocking Junior, but I can see. I tell you what, I don't blame Romero for claiming.
It got very, very tight.
And that's your job too. If you feel like there's an opportunity where I can claim foul, hey, maybe I'll get placed first. You know,
right? I don't think it was frivolous.
Absolutely.
In the end, result stands 3-5 favorite. Kicks off the pick 6, and up next, it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It starts the late pick 5, maiden special weight, sprinting on the grass at 6 furlongs. 9-5 favorite right now after Texas. Wesley Ward, second-time starter, winner of that race. Just ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, Governor Sam.
And he ran huge in that Breeders' Cup race. It was part of a very fast pace. The Euros came calling late. He dug in out of this maiden race at Saratoga. He won his next 3 races, in fact, all stakes. Governor Sam, he's very good.
There's an argument he ran as well as anybody, if not better than everybody, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. I think finished 3rd. He ran very well in that race. The difference, he's supposed to be clearer here, the 8. I would think he's faster than what we've seen. He's definitely faster than my man Magoo, who was involved in a slow pace last time.
Yeah, didn't think we get 9-2, and early on, not the case. Here opens as the 7-5 favorite right now. Coming up this weekend, Tepin. Sunday action, race 8 on the card, 3:40 Eastern. Again, no shows for us Saturday, Sunday. You can watch it on the Naira Bets app, and obviously named after a pretty special one.
She was sensational, Andy. I mean, she beat the boys. Here we're taking a look at the Breeders' Cup Mile. By open lengths, kicking away. She won over at Royal Ascot. She was just incredibly consistent throughout her career, no matter where she was.
Even the following year, when she wasn't at the best and top of her game, she still ran a very good second to Tourist in the Breeders' Cup Turf. She was just a terrific horse and put together. She had 2 excruciatingly tough beats in Saratoga, going a little farther, and then she put together an amazing run, Tepin, and really very deserving. And you know, going to Ascot, I think we've seen a lot more sanity come to American owners and not going there and taking shots when there are better alternatives here. In her case, it was a different story. She'd already won every race. She'd already done everything over here, and then she went over there, and then she won the Queen Anne. It was incredible, and she was kind of lucky because Celestine won the Just a Game that weekend.
Look at Norm Cassie in the top hat.
Looks good in it.
Oh.
Yep, that was it. Yep.
Norm
very involved with Tepin, absolutely.
Well-earned Hall of Famer, incredible career and this year's edition of the Tepin. Again, Sunday, race 8. This is a look at the field that will line up. Isle of Capri, Brendan Walsh, impressive winner first time out. That was the Kentucky Downs going 6.5 furlongs.
She was dominant throughout. It's not easy to win first time out at Kentucky Downs, and going the 6.5, Andy. I know a lot of trainers feel that the 6.5 at Kentucky Downs, because of all that undulation, kind of the odd turf course that it is, they feel it plays more like a mile. So I guess hoping that it'll be good foundation as she stretches out.
Yeah, listen, she and the second horse ran 1-2 on the track. She was impressive. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. What I would say about her, and she can certainly win this race, she's going to be overbet. These kind of performances tend to catch people's eyes, and I think there are a lot of other horses in here that merit attention, including Graham Motion's horse, Laurelin. I also think Raining Flowers won despite a lousy trip last time, even though she was a short price. There's a lot going on in here, and I even think there's a chance that Good Long Cry, who got an 80 buyer yesterday, there was some talk they might come back in 3 days. We'll see.
Well, as for Raining Flowers, you brought up winner last time out. That was a Keeneland at a mile. Top 2 finishers coming back out of this race into the Tepin. Pressure as well.
I think she's pretty good, and she came back with this win at Keeneland going the mile. She was beaten, finishing 3rd in the PG Johnson 2 starts back, totally justified. And Virgin Colada, the top 2 finishers from there, went on to the Breeders' Cup. They kind of waited with her, but I think that she's got some ability.
She even got interfered with there when the horse who's in the middle right now came out and sort of shied away. The horse on the rail was a Price, but she was the speed, controlling the slow pace. She was wide almost every step of the way, and she still ran down. This is one of those races where you could say, wow, she was a heavy favorite, she just got up. But she had no business winning that race given her trip and the way the race was run.
Again, you will see it Sunday if you're here or on the Naira Bets app. Tepin race 8, 3:40 Eastern time coming up this weekend. Current 7-5 favorite in a race that kicks off this late pick 5 on our Friday action. This man will be aboard for Wesley Ward. Frankie Dettori, one of the most decorated riders anywhere in the history of the sport, continuing his stay in New York. Can he get it done on this speedster? Start number 2 coming up for After Taxes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Back with you on our Friday action as we get set for the start of the late pick 5 coming up here on Fox Sports 2. 6 furlong sprint on the grass. Everyone trying to collect that first win of their career coming up. Showed you Frankie Dettori going to break. He'll be on for WW here. Wesley Ward on the 3-2 favorite After Taxes, the 8, coming out of pretty key race in that debut.
running behind Governor Sam, who, as we talked about, ran a huge third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And as you mentioned, Greg, test score even running really well out there too for Grand Motion. I mean, he's a horse that has some ability as well. Coming back as a gelding, it's not uncommon as you see them go along for Wesley to take the blinkers off. It's a very normal move, and you would imagine he should be able to step forward with that speed.
I couldn't agree more. I think he is the horse to beat in this race. I'm trying to beat him. I like the 3 Hard Circle, but I have no illusions. The 8 is probably the one they got to catch up front.
With more on the favorite and the rest of this group, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, it's kind of like that odd Wesley Ward horse that he opts to take the blinkers off now. As a 2-year-old, it's kind of Wesley's almost hard and fast rule that the blinkers tend to come off when they turn 3 or when they come back after the 2-year-old year. So he's going to return as a gelding and with those blinkers off. And he's a horse that didn't strike me as, at least in my pre-race observations, look, it's only 10 to 15 minutes of observations. I don't know these horses as well, but he did look fairly fit for a Wesley Ward first-time starter. He was really calm and relaxed and professional. But still, he comes back as a gelding. Now, if anything, he looks a little less fit today than what he did first time out. I get it. He is the horse to beat. The things that Governor Sam has gone on to do, including winning 3 stakes after that, and with a good finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint with an 89 buyer, he makes sense. And he attended that pace. He chased Governor Sam around there, and he's likely to be the speed again. But I was hoping to see him more fit horse than what I do today. Now, we'll take a look at number 3, Hard Circle, who his lone turf try I thought was pretty good at Kentucky Downs. We saw Warheart come out of there. He came back 2 starts later to win the Atlantic Beach here with an 86 buyer. City of Oscars returned to win as well. And Hard Circle, he was slow out of the gate. He was green. It was like he was lost, which a lot of horses tend to look that way. But I think a little bit more forgivable for him considering it was his first race. And then he stayed on really, really well through the stretch. But that effort there, and as you've heard Acacia say, those turf sprints there play out to be just a bit longer, just because of that taxing stretch, that long straightaway, and the fact that it's just a little bit uphill and you have to deal with those undulations. I am shocked to see this horse coming back in a sprint. He looks like he wants to run longer. That first race indicated to me that he looked like he wanted to run longer. So we'll see how he does here. As we'll also take a look at number 1, Then What Time? A son of Not This Time. He was also very green. He was way too far back early as well. And then he kind of was wide in the lane. And he made up a little bit of ground. Striking horse, really, good looking, typical of Jorge Duarte and the horses that he brings here from Colts Neck Farm in New Jersey. Still acting a bit green though, as those blinkers do go on, a short cup cheater blinker. So still wondering, does he step forward and put a more professional effort in on the racetrack, Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 8 minutes away from the start of this race coming up. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Look at the 3, Hard Circle, and the turf debut. Kentucky Downs was 7/8 of a mile and certainly outran his odds in his debut.
You can't really tell the trouble he had because there's no views, but you see the rider has already steadied him back basically to last year, and he's already, a good 3-4 lengths away from there. And this is a horse, Acacia, we're going to watch the whole race. He never stops running. After that bad start and how he had to make up, I think it's a miracle that he finished within a length, and he lost to a horse, Warheart, who won a stake here last time. A horse, City of Oscars, was second, who came back to break his maiden the next time out. This was not a bad field. I thought his performance was tremendous.
He ran very well going the 7 furlongs. I thought it was interesting what Maggie said about him maybe wanting more distance, and that very well could be the case. I mean, even at the 2-year-old sale, he sold for a modest $30,000, but he worked 10-1, and I'd actually written down that he looks like a lanky horse, but he actually leveled off well. And he leveled off well in his debut race, too. I mean, you kind of look at it and you say, okay, given the trouble at the start, he probably was just kind of hanging around for some pieces late. But he was finishing, Greg, which I really appreciated about him for an inexperienced 2-year-old and with a tough start at a track like Kentucky Downs. The fact that he had a little bit late, I think was a very good sign.
And keep in mind, this horse has been entered going longer. they probably prefer a little more distance for him. He was entered here, I believe, in a race that got rained off, one of the very few. As you see, he was entered at Laurel and got rained off. I believe they got excluded at Churchill a few times out. And there just aren't any races left for him to run. And I'm not going to argue that he may be better going longer. I don't worry about that. I don't think he's a pure, closer type going longer. And I'm not saying that's what Maggie was intimating by any stretch. I just think he's a good horse.
Here is Then What Time. Dan produced a Pluska Parfait, who actually ran a 91 buyer on the grass in the Belmont Derby.
And he won the UA Derby. Brendan Walsh, very clever. You like this horse, Acacia. I'll let you talk about him later.
Regal Alliance, first-time starter from the rail.
He's a big price. Not much to sink your teeth into. There was one sibling who won on the grass.
Here's Hard Circle. We just showed you the debut.
Yeah, I think this horse has got a lot of talent.
Flat to the mat. It's Dylan Davis.
He faced some good horses on both dirt and turf running against Jonathan's Way. He was really lugging in, very green throughout that last race on the grass.
Beach Invasion. This is Rudy Rodriguez taking over. Joel Rosario.
I realize he was stabled in Kentucky, though I don't know why you stable a New York bred in Kentucky over the summer. But he took on a very salty bunch first time out on the turf. I think he's an interesting long shot.
Speed, but does he have the speed to stay with After Taxes here, Mikhail?
I would think After Taxes just quicker than him early on, but did show that foot that he had on the dirt, switching that over to the turf as well.
Cut back in distance for Nod Detron.
Getting back to the sprints of his first two starts where he ran credibly, but probably would have to improve.
3-2 favorite. Here's Frankie Dettori on After Taxes.
When we talked about who he faced first time out, comes back as a gelding, second time starter for Wesley.
Big price on my man Magoo, who's just third beat of length on the grass.
He is. He got a respectable figure, and in some ways he's kind of run the best figure of these in the turf, but he also was involved in a slow pace that day, and that doesn't figure to happen today.
And a first-time starter outside here. This is Snare with Javier Castellano.
There is some turf pedigree, certainly on the bottom side. The Dam was a graded stakes winner and four-time winner on the turf. One sibling, Soho, who was stakes place, he won on the grass, and Vacomas can certainly handle it.
Yeah, I think Carrie Bell, I believe that she broke her maiden here with maybe Rajiv rode her, I think, for John Sheriffs. And I'll tell you something about her. This horse is getting bet a little bit here. For Bobby Robato and Mark Heller to have a firster in here in this race to be under 10-1, this horse is taking some money.
Carrie Bell took a while to break her maiden, but it's her first time on turf.
First time on turf, in 9-1.
It was Manny Franco. 9-1, you're right about that, though.
Yes, I bet her.
Rajiv rode her later. He finished fourth on her.
Well, that's figures.
Yeah.
Back to
Sorry, Raj.
Acacia, the one you like in here. Then What Time? 10-1.
Yeah, I was hoping he'd be more professional today. Not encouraging to hear Maggie's comments that he was still acting green back in the paddock, but it's going 5.5. He was off slowly. I think certainly his own worst enemy at the start. He was very far back from the rest of that field and did make up a little bit of ground. The winner came back to win again, improving his buyer speed figure by 8 points in the subsequent start. So I was hoping second time out for a good barn and the blinkers going on, but he's got to put things together mentally and hopefully get out of the gate better.
11-1 will break second to the outside as we get set for this pick 5. 142,000 pool and growing. JK, your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I mean, people can't help themselves when they see a Wesley Ward runner in a turf sprint. They just get very excited, like everyone's got on top hats running around with coats and tails. And look, he's got a lot of success, and a lot of these horses do run well, but I think a lot of times they can find themselves overbet, and After Taxes feels like one of those for me. I understand he ran in that race with Governor Sam, and he was close in terms of the pace, but, you know, he didn't run that great. It has been some time since then. Give me someone who I think has a little bit more upside, a little bit more interesting, and I'll take the one, Then What Time, towards the inside. Took a little bit of money on debut. It comes from a family of some horses that can run a little bit. Pluquet Parfait, a horse that ran well. Most of his running was on the dirt, but ran well and just has some talent. Not This Time. We've seen these Not This Times be able to run on both surfaces, and the grass, even surprisingly, have run really well on the grass. So there's been a winner out of that race at Laurel. This is just a situation in which I'm more against some of the horses that are taking money. And when you're looking to try to beat horses, you want to try to find some prices to make it a little bit more worth it. Mags?
Yeah, I honestly, and then what time? Is that his name? I wanted to call him not this time. Then what time? He's being a little bit better out in the track, and I agree. I didn't mind that first race that he comes out of at Laurel, but I am of the same mind frame as you, JK, in that I just wasn't convinced. I thought there were some holes to be poked in some of your favorites, like the 8. I just wish he looked more fit. He can win here. The 3, love that turf race, but thought we'd see him coming back here going long. He looks like long. So I'm going to, well, first talk about the other maker horse. And here in number 4, Flat 2 to Matt, turning back here, does come out of a pretty good maiden special weight in which dominated more forwardly with Barricade and Valuation Metric. Valuation Metric coming back to win, Davy Crockett coming back to win. And you know, he went forward and then he was caught awfully wide early and he just had that wide trip to nowhere and idled in the stretch. He still looks a bit heavy. I wish he looked a bit more tucked up, to be fair. But I actually like the turn back with him, and he's intriguing, making his first start for the Maker Barn, though I like my man Juan Bernardini. I think he does a great job, but just a more established barn. As number 9, my man Magoo, generous price on him right now at 6 to 1. Got to the lead on the inside. I don't think he's a horse that necessarily needs the lead, and those were through slower fractions. And I'm kind of going against my initial thoughts with this horse, thinking that he wants to go a little bit further than this because he does have a long, scopy frame to him. But I just really liked his appearance overall, and I thought the price was right for him. Like I said, not wanting to land on a favorite in here. And then the first-time starter you guys were mentioning, number 10, Snare. You talked about the pedigree. He has been very professional. He comes in here fit. He warmed up beautifully. A lot of things to like. It's just the distance. I feel like Bobby Robato is one of those guys who likes to bring along and develop his horses. So I think, unfortunately, this is the end of turf season. I just don't know if 6 furlongs is really going to be his main gig. I feel like he'll run a little bit further as his career progresses. Greg?
9 to 1 on that first-time starter from the outside post. Javier Castellano on Snare. There he is.
He dipped down to 7 to 1. This horse is live. This is a barn that's obviously struggled this year. And, and I hear what Maggie's saying, and Bobby's a bit of an old-school trainer, and that makes perfect sense. But going back, Bobby won with more than his share of first-time starters at different times. And I feel like, in this case, I'm right, our friend Rajiv did ride some of them. He had a good filly sprinter. I forget her name, a really fast horse.
Well, I think maybe more distance too, and that would suggest it on the bottom side, but the Vekoma should help with some of the precautions.
Yeah, you would think.
2 to 1 favorite in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day remains After Taxes. Frankie Dettori for Wesley Ward. Expect to see this one quick out of the gate and taking command early. Will he take heat from McHale? Can my man Magoo be close with Ruben Silvera? We'll see. Pick 5. It is a difficult sequence coming up. Good luck to everyone involved. Up and over $200,000. Let's go to Chris Griffin to start us off.
Beach Invasion. Goes in. McHale. Snare to the outside.
What out?
Snare goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Regal Alliance. After Taxes, right out to the front and sprints clear. It's After Taxes who's up by 3/4 of a length. Content to sit right there is McHale from second. At the rail, moving on through his Hard Circle as the leader will cross over to the rail, and After Taxes is well clear, is now up by a full length. Here comes pressure towards the outside from Then What Time in between horses. That's Nodded Tran is in the 4th position. Pass towards the inside by Hard Circle. That's the leading quartet. Up on the far outside, here's Flat to Demat has got some forward momentum. Snare is going to be very wide here into that turn. My man Magoo shuffled towards the back end of the field. There was McHale in the red cap, and far back it's going to be Beach Invasion at the back end of the field. Beach Invasion actually going to be eased there in the turn. Far back, Regal Alliance. After Taxes in front, 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing After Taxes. Then What Time is within range, and here's Flat to the Mat is ranging up on the outside too. After Taxes will not give up the front end though. It's After Taxes who keeps battling on. Every shot here from Flat to the Mat, who is drifting here in the lane, is approaching that final 16th. Flat to the Mat, After Taxes. These two well apart. Their noses apart. Flat to the Mat, After Taxes. It's going to be Flat to the Mat over After Taxes. Then came Hard Circle. Finishing fourth was Nanda Tran in 1 minute 10 and 1.
Flat to the mat, Dylan Davis moving to the Mike Maker barn. Looks like just up.
Got up just in time. The race controlled by the 8 After Taxes as we anticipated, and Dylan did a really good job with Flat to the mat and certainly took a big step forward, moving to Mike and cutting back in distance.
It's in my box with the 3. Who managed to be third, and they just really couldn't make up ground in this race. And tough beat for the 8, who did everything but win the race, but Flat to the Matt obviously improved, moving to Mike Maker's barn. He had run a pretty decent field first time out.
First start on the grass was at a mile and a 16th at 82 to 1.
And he still, you can even see it there. I mean, he was really leaning in, lugging in that first race on the turf last time out, and a little bit erratic. Even here, he still got a little bit of that, but I thought Dylan Davis did a really good job in kind of being able to straighten him out, hands and heels down to the wire, which I think was the right move for a horse like that.
Tried to give this race away, getting out in the stretch. But able to get by After Taxes, who was quick out of the gate, got to the front, and just unable to hang on late. 4-8-3-7, a 28 to 1 shot underneath in fourth. So 16 to 1 start to this late pick 5. It's Flat to the mat. Mike Maker, Dylan Davis. Getting by the speedster, Frankie Dettori. Wesley Ward's After Taxes winds up second as the favorite. Prices from this one when we come back on our Friday coverage. Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage. Late pick 5 underway. It was on the turf. There in the background. Dylan Davis flat to the mat. 16-1 upset to close the early pick 5 and start the late pick 5.
Yeah, this one was a big price. We're able to run down your favorite, and after taxes, he was controlling things on the front end, and we talked about some of the quirks that this horse clearly has. Son of Omaha Beach, Dylan did a really good job keeping him straight to the wire.
So Dylan Davis notches the victory in an upset to start this late pick 5 sequence. Let's go to Maggie.
It's sibling fights going on down here. Dylan, little snarky remarks to his sister Katie, but Dylan, flat to the mat. Didn't make your job easy, but well done you for keeping him straight. Yeah, I overheard you saying 1 minute he was lugging in, the next he was lugging out.
Yeah, I thought he had some good energy going into here with the pony. I kept with the pony, but he just broke terror. He didn't break that well and hit the gate coming out. And I just tried to get him into position because this is sprints. You're trying to get some position. Jumped into the bridle very quickly. I opted to be outside. I made a little bit of a move down the backside just to get there, but then he got into a good rhythm into the turn, 3 wide. And then once he kind of saw the stretch, I don't know if he's never seen it be. He's never been in the front of the pack, so he got a little green on me. He wanted to lug in, trying to get close to those leaders. I guess he was a little shy, and then I had to pull him off. Once he switched leads, I pulled the left hand out to try to keep him to task and to being forward. He actually got scared of me doing that. He jumped out away from me 2 times. I went 2 times left. Yeah. After that, I said, well, he's keeping it close with the winner and the leader there. And I went to a hand ride and throwing my hands at him and kept him forward. He kind of put his head down a little bit there and was able to, he was able to win for me on my birthday. So it was nice.
Well, you beat me to it. I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Gosh darn it. Happy birthday, Dylan. As you said, always nice to win one on your birthday.
Of course, yeah. Any winner's special, but special occasions like today, it's nice to grab one.
As you said, you're going to celebrate by doing your second favorite sport, golfing, but it's actually your son Michael's favorite sport, and he's pretty darn good, as we were just talking about.
He's doing well with it. He's been doing it since we handed him plastic clubs at 1 year old. He's been cracking at it. He's competitive in the U.S. Kids Golf. He won boys 6 and under, the Long Island Sound Tour, local tour. He went to states, but it was tough for him. But he's ready to try it again this next year. Boys 7, he won the fall championship. They just finished up again, so he's already talking about states next year. So keeps me exciting. It's exciting for me, and to know that he has a real passion for the sport, and I just keep that fire going for him. Yeah.
He's a real natural, and I'm not going to be shocked when we see him on the PGA Tour in several years from now, 20 years from now. But congratulations here with Flat to the Mat.
Thanks, Maggie.
Big birthday win, and as I said, Craig, Michael Davis, he is a very good golfer.
Happy birthday, Dylan. Congrats on our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Not that far off how early did Tiger Woods get started and become a phenom? Was he 5?
So we're now comparing Dylan's son to Tiger Woods. I think
Sounds
we're
like
kind of setting the ceiling a little high
very
for
good.
him.
Apparently Dylan caddies for him, too.
Really?
Yeah, he's
Does he
very
tip
good.
Dylan?
Probably not enough.
$34 start to this late pick 5. Race 6. 7 furlongs. Condition $25,000 claiming race. All for sale for that price. 3-year-olds and up in this spot. 2 for charging looks pretty tough, doesn't he?
Yeah, ran well last time out, was off the pace and seemed to be more comfortable, and Flavien Prat took him outside and ran on. The winner just had a little bit better momentum than him outside. Just makes sense.
Yeah, I prefer Watasha, who I thought was right down the rail, which may not have been the best place to be last time out, and ran fine, but I have no argument against the 5, 2 for charging. Source to beat.
Back to stakes action coming up over the weekend. A rematch, which should be fun to see in these 2-year-olds going at it in the notebook for New York Breds with Man and Finance. Kenny B. Man and Finance ran huge first time out and crushed Kenny B. And then Kenny B. came right back and ran a huge one to break his maiden.
He did, and Kenny B for Dave Duggan, who said he just really needed the race to kind of get his feet underneath him, and he came back and he was very impressive, winning in his subsequent start. And it will be fun to have a chance to see these two knock heads once again, both who got gaudy by our speed figures for their maiden scores. And Maiden Finance with an 82 buyer on debut. Little bit erratic late, but much the best. And then Kenny B got an 85 in his second start, winning by 8.5.
And they all want to get to the $500,000 Stallion Series final coming up next month. And I imagine that Danny Gargan, who trains Maiden Finance, wasn't he the one who was disqualified from second?
With Rick
sort
Ambush.
of insanely in last year's race. Nobody yet can figure out exactly what was going on there, so I'm sure that, I mean, the big purse is enough, but I guess there's a score to settle, so he's got to really want to win this one.
A couple of fillies will tackle the boys in here, and we see Wesley Ward do this quite a bit. One of them shoot it true, and I'll have Frankie Dettori aboard on a speedster who will take blinkers off.
And Wesley has indicated that this one, Shoot It True, will run against the boys in the Notebook, and the other one will probably run Sunday. I think I read that.
Wonderland will
yes.
run Sunday, yes.
I'm going to tell you something. I think this horse is very dangerous here. She didn't really break well in her next start when she lost as the odds-on favorite in the stake at Churchill. But
against the boys.
It's hard to judge how fast these races were, but if you look at the horses that she's cantering to win quite easily, that finished behind her, these are horses that pretty quickly came back, the ones way behind her, and ran buyers in the 50s. So there's an argument that that may have been a very, very fast race this horse ran, and I'm going to take a shot with her to actually beat the boys in this race, a small one, because I do respect both of those horses.
Still, with Maiden Finance, Kenny B, how quick they ran, she's still got to take a bit of a jump, doesn't
Well,
she?
it depends. I mean, yeah, in theory, yes, but if you think that race is as good as I think it may have been, she's had a lot of time to improve since then.
Also, she debuted in one of the very early 2-year-old races the first week of April. You know, it's going to be much different this time of year. We got a chance to see those two colts debut later in the fall. Shoot It True ran with the 50 buyer speed figure back in May and then was put away from the summer. There's a natural progression that takes place with these 2-year-olds because a lot of them haven't even started at that point yet. They're not really ready yet.
And I don't think she ran a race at all in her last start. We'll see. She'll be a price.
Meanwhile, Sunday with the Angels has been pretty sensational for Linda Rice, although did go, figures-wise, a little bit backwards, stretching out to a mile last start, but we'll get back to a sprint on Sunday.
I'm going to try to beat her in this race. She's coming back pretty quickly, and I know the intention had been originally to go to Demoiselle. Obviously, they've changed gears because she didn't run as well going a mile with just a 79 buyer and everything her own way. Maybe they do feel that she'll be vulnerable as they just get longer. And one thing about her, she's obviously very talented. She's had very soft trips, and Case, there's a lot of speed signed on in this race.
There is, and she's got the inside post and cutting back. She's going to have to be aggressive from the inside and send pretty hard. And I don't think that she'll be able to be alone like she was. There are some quick horses that she's going to be facing in here. Could make things interesting to see if she's actually pressured for the first time in her life.
I think it's going to be a bigger test for her. She's obviously very talented, but I think she might be a little vulnerable here. Now, keep in mind, Shoot It True, we don't expect to run, but Stone Smuggler has a lot of speed for sure.
3 wins by over 24 lengths combined, first 3 starts of her career. Let's put some interesting, really talented 2-year-olds that we're going to see this weekend. Unfortunately, we're not going to be on for it, but we'll get to recap it all next week.
But these are, some of these Stallion series, you sort of trying to make something out of nothing. These are good fields. These are some of the strongest ones I've seen.
You both will be here on the weekend?
We'll be here tomorrow.
Yes, be here tomorrow.
All right, enjoyed it, you two.
Yeah.
Thanks for carrying me.
It's not easy, but we did it.
Again, no show Saturday, Sunday. You can watch on the Naira Bets app. We'll be back next week on Thursday. 12 Eastern start time. It was Yo Banana Boy dominant in the opener, kicking off that card, winning for Destin Heath with Luis Rivera Jr. And Midnight Concerto did not look like it would set up for her from a pace scenario, but she comes from way out of it. Yet again, back-to-back wins for Kenny McPeak with Kendra Carmouche. We'll see you on Thursday.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner of 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Field steps on the track for today's 6th race. Race 6 is 7 minutes away. Start the late pick 4. Race 6, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 6. Post time for today's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. Midnight Worker goes into the gate. There's 2 for charging. Heard on the street. Parker Ness. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Midnight Worker breaks with early speed from in between horses. There's Parker Ness in the early mix, and joining them King Moon Racer, who's going to take back his pass towards the inside here from Good Reunion, who will claim that 3rd position. Herd on the Street is now running up on the outside, is taken 4th, and back to 5th will be King Moon Racer, the 2 at the back. Watasha with 2 for charging. They're now chasing Parker Ness, and Parker Ness has dispatched a Midnight Worker who wants to be back up there in the early mix, but is 2 lengths back in the 2nd spot. At the rail, Good Reunion, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. 3 wide, and that second group is Herd on the Street with less than 4 furlongs to go. King Moon Racer is trying to get in gear here from 5th. From the back, 2 for charging. Watasha is the trailer. Parker Ness is on cruise control so far, now encouraged to go. And Parker Ness is trying to fend off the charge from here towards the outside. Herd on the Street and Manny Franco. 3 of them across the racetrack as Midnight Workers trying to hang there in between horses. 3 across the racetrack. 2 for charging's got momentum, is taken 4th, is to the outside of King Moon Racer. Anyone's race as they reach the top of the stretch. Battling on is Parker Ness, but Herd on the Street is now put about a length on rivals. Here comes the run from 2 for charging down the center of the racetrack. Who's motoring now? It's Herd on the Street who has to hold off that charge from 2 for charging, and 2 for charging is trying to push on by and does. 2 for charging now to head in front. 2 for charging gets the victory over Herd on the Street. Then came Midnight Worker and Watasha in 1 minute 24.43 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First, the 5, 2 for charging. Second, the 7, Heard on the Street. Third, the 4, Midnight Worker. Fourth, the 2, Watasha. 5, 7, 4, 2 in race 6. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 6th race, the 5, 2 for charging. He's a 5-year-old gelding bred in New York by Will Take Charge out of To the Moon, Alice. Winning owner, Old Tavern Farm, LLC. Winning trainers, Jorge Abreu. The winning jockey, Flavian Pratt. Winner bred in New York by Old Tavern Farm, LLC. Race official, exacta 890, the double 55.50, trifecta $29.25, and the superfecta $206.75. Pick 3, $106.50, and the pick 4, $131.50. Running time, 1 minute 24.43. Up next, it's race 7. Today's 7th, 23 minutes away. Race 7, late pick 3, is next. Midnight Worker breaks with early speed from in between horses. There's Parker Ness in the early mix, and joining them, King Moon Racer, who's going to take back his pass towards the inside here from Good Reunion, who will claim that 3rd position. Heard on the Street is now running up on the outside, is taken 4th, and back to 5th will be King Moon Racer, the 2 at the back. Watasha with 2 for charging. They're now chasing Parker Ness, and Parker Ness has dispatched a Midnight Worker who wants to be back up there in the early mix, but is 2 lengths back in the 2nd spot. At the rail, Good Reunion, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. 3 wide, and that second group is Heard on the Street with less than 4 furlongs to go. King Moon Racer is trying to get in gear here from 5th. From the back, 2 for charging. Watasha is the trailer. Parker Ness is on cruise control so far, now encouraged to go. And Parker Ness is trying to fend off the charge from here towards the outside. Heard on the Street and Manny Franco. 3 of them across the racetrack as Midnight Workers trying to hang there in between horses. 3 across the racetrack. 2 for charging's got momentum, is taken 4th, is to the outside of King Moon Racer. Anyone's race as they reach the top of the stretch. Battling on is Parker Ness, but Heard on the Street is now put about a length on rivals. Here comes the run from 2 for charging down the center of the racetrack, who's motoring now. It's Heard on the Street, who has to hold off that charge from 2 for charging, and 2 for charging is trying to push on by and does. 2 for charging now to head in front. 2 for charging gets the victory over Heard on the Street. Then came Midnight Worker and Watasha in 1 minute 24.43 seconds.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Field steps on the track for today's 7th race, race 7, 7 minutes away. Race 7 is next. Approaching the gate. Post time for today's 7th. Field moving forward. Going in. Squire Creek, Chief Ron. Backside Buzz. Commerce Comet. Secret Rules. Here's Letty. Sagamore Mischief to the outside. Sagamore Mischief goes in. All set. And they're off. Hard sent from in between horses. Natural Harbor wants a piece of the early action there. Sagamore Mischief towards the outside with Secret Rules, and they contend early for that early lead. Also in between horses, Squire Creek, that's the leading 4. At the rail, that's Backside Buzz, who's taken 5th in the clear. Center of the racetrack is Commerce Comet. Second to last is Chief Ron. And far, far back, the early trailer. You can see them all. That is Letty. It is Natural Harbor, 22 seconds flat for a quick opening quarter mile. Is 3/4 of a length in front with 4 furlongs left to go from Squire Creek, who holds second. Sagamore Mischief up on the outside from third. Secret Rules from off the pace is traveling there with Commerce Comet. They're 4th and 5th, but they start to move in closer on the leaders now. In behind them comes Backside Buzz, who's back there at the rail, is in 6th. Oncoming strides of Chief Ron. Pink Cap is starting to make up some late ground, and far back still, that's Letty. The leader is Natural Harbor. Clear on the front end, and Natural Harbor now kicks for home. 45 seconds flat was that half-mile time. Commerce Comet is in full pursuit of this leader. Natural Harbor keeps striding well. It's Natural Harbor in front. Commerce Comet with every shot to get this leader here as they approach the final 16th. These two are well clear, and here comes Commerce Comet to try and push on by Natural Harbor. Commerce Comet from off the pace. Commerce Comet gets the victory over Natural Harbor. Then came Secret Rules and Chief Ron in 1 minute 16 seconds flat. Order finish. First is 7, Commerce Comet. Second, the 4, Natural Harbor. Third, the 8, Secret Rules. Fourth, the 1, Chief Ron. 7, 4, 8, 1 in race 7. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 7th race, the 7, Commerce Comet. He's a 4-year-old. Gelding, bred in Kentucky by American Freedom, out of No Show Rose. Winning owner, Michael Dubb. Winning trainers, Rick Dutrow. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. Commerce Comet in race 7. It's official. Exacta $25, the double $15.20, trifecta $32.75, superfecta $216.25, and the pick 3 $298 even. Running time 1:16.10. Up next, it's race 8, today's 8th, 23 minutes away. Race 8, 6 furlongs outer turf, late double is next. And they're off. Hard sent from in between horses. Natural Harbor wants a piece of the early action there. Sagamore Mischief towards the outside with Secret Rules, and they contend early for that early lead. Also in between horses, Squire Creek, that's the leading 4. At the rail, that's Backside Buzz, who's taken 5th in the clear. Center of the racetrack is Commerce Comet. Second to last is Chief Ron. And far, far back, the early trailer. You can see them all. That is Letty. It is Natural Harbor, 22 seconds flat for a quick opening quarter mile. Is 3/4 of a length in front with 4 furlongs left to go from Squire Creek, who holds second. Sagamore Mischief up on the outside from third. Secret Rules from off the pace is traveling there with Commerce Comet. They're 4th and 5th, but they start to move in closer on the leaders now. In behind them comes Backside Buzz, who's back there at the rail, is in 6th. Oncoming strides of Chief Ron. Pink Cap is starting to make up some late ground, and far back still, that's Letty. The leader is Natural Harbor. Clear on the front end, and Natural Harbor now kicks for home. 45 seconds flat was that half-mile time. Commerce Comet is in full pursuit of this leader. Natural Harbor keeps striding well. It's Natural Harbor in front. Commerce Comet with every shot to get this leader here as they approach the final 16th. These two are well clear, and here comes Commerce Comet to try and push on by Natural Harbor. Commerce Comet from off the pace. Commerce Comet gets the victory over Natural Harbor. Then came Secret Rules and Chief Ron. In 1:16 seconds flat.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Field steps on the track for today's 8th race. Race 8, 7 minutes away. Scratch the 2, 11, 12, 13, 14. Race 8, 7 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 8. Horses are set to load. It's post time. Post time for race 8. Boats a Rockin' goes in. Charging. Biz Biz Buzz, Dr. Osaran. Gaslight Dancer to the outside. Gaslight Dancer goes in. All set. And they're off. Boats a Rockin' breaks with early speed. Hard Scent is charging, wants to be on the early pace as well. Joining them is Dr. Osaran out wider. That's the top trio. It's another 2. Back towards the inside, it's Barzini, is followed by Fluid Situation. In between horses comes Live High, Live Low. Towards the back end of the field, Biz Biz Buzz. Second to last, Gaslight Dancer. And the trailer is Seaver. Boats a Rockin' has cleared. It's Boats a Rockin', 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Works into the far turn. Dr. Osaran is ready to challenge right now, is within a half length of the leader. Charging's trying to keep up, is back to 4th. Here's the move from Fluid Situation, is now taken 3rd. From the back, Barzini is trying to rally on. Live High, Live Low. Gonna be wide as Gaslight Dancer. In between horses, Biz Biz Buzz. The trailer is Seaver. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and they've got to get to Boats a Rockin'. Boats a Rockin' is in front, is kicked clear. It's Boats a Rockin' who's up by 2. Here comes a big run from Fluid Situation down the center of the course. Also Live High, Live Low. Drifting is Boats a Rockin', but still in front. Live High, Live Low dives down towards the inside. Gaslight Dancer from far out of it. Gaslight Dancer is going to roll by them all. Gaslight Dancer Live High, Live Low. Gaslight Dancer wins it over Live High, Live Low. Then Boats and Rockins in a photo with Fluid Situation in 1 minute 8.55 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First to 10, Gaslight Dancer. Second to 6, Live High, Live Low. Third, the 8, Boats a Rockin'. Fourth, the 7, Fluid Situation. 10, 6, 8, 7 in race 8. Into the winner's circle, the 10, Gaslight Dancer. It's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by City of Light, out of Raindrops Drop Tops. Winning owner, Gatz's Stables. Winning trainer is Rick Dutrow. The winning jockey, Joel Rosario. Rick Dutrow with another winner on the afternoon, and Joel Rosario. 2 wins on the day. 10, 6, 8, 7. Race official. Exacta $31.25. The double $23.50. Trifecta $93. Superfecta $1,037 even. The pick 3 $114 and Grand Slam $24.30. Final running time 1 minute 8.55 seconds. Up next, 9th and final. Race 9 is 23 minutes away. Race 9, 1 mile, field of 10 in 23 minutes. And they're off. Boats are rocking, breaks with early speed. Hard Scent is charging, wants to be on the early pace as well. Joining them is Dr. Osaran out wider. That's the top trio. It's another two. Back towards the inside, it's Barzini, is followed by Fluid Situation. In between horses comes Live High, Live Low. Towards the back end of the field, Biz Biz Buzz, second to last. Gaslight Dancer. The trailer is Seaver. Boats are rockin' has cleared. It's Boats are rockin', 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Works into the far turn. Dr. Osaran is ready to challenge right now, is within a half length of the leader. Charging's trying to keep up, is back to fourth. Here's the move from Fluid Situation, is now taken third. From the back, Barzini is trying to rally on. Live High, Live Low. Gonna be wide as Gaslight Dancer. In between horses, Biz Biz Buzz. The trailer is Seaver. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and they've got to get to Boats a Rockin'. Boats a Rockin' is in front, is kicked clear. It's Boats a Rockin' who's up by two. Here comes a big run from Fluid Situation down the center of the course. Also Live High, Live Low. Drifting is Boats a Rockin', but still in front. Live High, Live Low dives down towards the inside. Gaslight Dancer from far out of it. Gaslight Dancer is going to roll by them all. Gaslight Dancer, Live High, Live Low. Gaslight Dancer wins it over Live High, Live Low. Then Boats a Rockin's in a photo with Fluid Situation in 1 minute 8.55 seconds.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks,
Miz Big Bucks gets the victory.
as well as Born Dancer
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
and 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Field steps on the track for today's ninth race. Ninth and final, 5 minutes away. Race 9, field of 10 in 5 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 9. Field loading. There's Mo Creesa. Post time for today's 9th. Book it with Haddad. Daytona Moonshine. Just Licorice. Rocked Out. Tino and Toga. Romeo Void. Revivalism towards the outside. Romeo Void just getting to the gate there. Going around. 2 out. Tino and Toga. Romeo Void. Goes in. All set. And they're off. From the outside, Revivalism is flashing early speed. Rocked Out is in that early mix too. In between horses, here comes Resistance Futile to join those leaders. Now puts ahead in front. At the rail, there's Mo Creesa with some momentum. And now Mo Creesa, Resistance Futile. They're going to be 1-2 as they hook up with the backstretch. Rushing forward is Miles and Miles. Wants to be part of the early action. 4 wide is going to be Rocked Out. And they are all pushing this tempo. Just off of them is Revivalism is watching from 5th. At the rail, that's Just Licorice who's in 6th. Way out there on the far outside is the gray Romeo Void. They're a 22-4 opening quarter mile. From the back, Book It with Haddad is trying to rally on with Daytona Moonshine losing ground, and Tino and Toga is the early trailer. They work up the backstretch and plenty of pace up front as Mo Creesa's got challengers everywhere. Miles and Miles is stalking from second, 46-1, that half-mile time. Here comes a run from Revivalism. Flavien Prat caught that breather right in behind. The early leaders is now taking third, 3 wide. Just off of them, Just Licorice is all in from 4th. Losing ground quickly was Resistance Futile and also Rocked Out. They've dropped out of it. Romeo Void has been wide throughout, and Book It with Haddad's got some momentum. Going to be very wide, though, as they approach the top of the stretch. The leader on the inside is Mo Creesa, who just keeps going. Mo Creesa and Eliseo Ruiz, they've kicked on. They're up by a length and a half, call it 2. Continue to chase as Miles and Miles. Just Licorice is starting to put a rally together from far out of it. Mo Creesa's almost there. It's Mo Creesa inside this final furlong, approaching a final 16th. Mo Creesa is still in front by 2. Mo Creesa will win the finale. Mo Creesa wins it over a photo, Miles and Miles and Revivalism, and Just Licorice in 1 minute 39 seconds flat. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 9th race. The 1, Mo Crisa. He's a 2-year-old gelding, bred in New York by Crisa. Winning trainer, Linda Dixon. The winning jockey, Eliseo Ruiz. Winner bred in New York, bred by Gerald Crisa and Susan Crisa. Mo Crisa in today's 9th. Race 9 official. Exacta $90 even, the double $56.25, trifecta $223.75. The superfecta $1,849 even. Pick 3, $337. Pick 4, $689.75. Get a look at the rest of the prices here in just a moment. Late pick 5, $17,014.50. In the pick 6, 5 of 6 returns $290.50. Carryover into tomorrow. There's a pick 6 carryover, $35,461 in that pick 6. 10 races on tomorrow's program here at Aqueduct. First post time for tomorrow's Saturday afternoon of racing action is 11:40. 11:40 start, first post. 10 races on the Saturday program and a pick 6 carryover. $35,461 awaits you when you return tomorrow with the New York Racing Association and live racing at Aqueduct. Good night. And they're off. From the outside, Revivalism is flashing early speed. Rocked Out is in that early mix too. In between horses, here comes Resistance Futile to join those leaders. Now puts ahead in front. At the rail, there's Mo Crisa with some momentum. And now Mo Crisa, Resistance Futile. They're going to be 1-2 as they hook up with the backstretch. Rushing forward is Miles and Miles. Wants to be part of the early action. 4 wide is going to be Rocked Out. And they are all pushing this tempo. Just off of them as Revivalism is watching from 5th. At the rail, that's Just Licorice who's in 6th. Way out there on the far outside is the gray Romeo Void. They're a 22-4 opening quarter mile. From the back, Book It with Haddad is trying to rally on with Daytona Moonshine losing ground, and Tino and Toga is the early trailer. They work up the backstretch and plenty of pace up front as Mo Crisa's got challengers everywhere. Miles and Miles is stalking from second, 46-1, that half-mile time. Here comes a run from Revivalism. Flavian Pratt caught that breather right in behind. The early leaders is now taking third, 3 wide. Just off of them, Just Licorice is all in from 4th. Losing ground quickly was Resistance Futile and also Rocked Out. They've dropped out of it. Romeo Void has been wide throughout, and Book It with Haddad's got some momentum. Going to be very wide, though, as they approach the top of the stretch. The leader on the inside is Mo Crisa, who just keeps going. Mo Crisa and Eliseo Ruiz, they've kicked on. They're up by a length and a half, call it 2. Continue to chase his Miles and Miles. Just Licorice is starting to put a rally together from far out of it. Mo Crisa's almost there. It's Mo Crisa inside this final furlong, approaching a final 16th. Mo Crisa is still in front by 2. Mo Crisa will win the finale. Mo Crisa wins it over a photo, Miles and Miles and Revivalism, and Just Licorice in 1 minute 39, seconds flat.